Good evening. I hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting of June 30, 2022 to order. At this time, I invite all who would like to and are able to join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, if you could call roll call, please.
Councilmember Holstedge.
Here.
Councilmember Kors.
Here.
Councilmember Woods. Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Here.
Mayor Middleton.
Present.
All councils present.
All right. Thank you. And I would like to acknowledge that we have a guest city clerk coming back to us this evening, Anthony Mejia, and we want to thank Anthony for his devotion for all the time he was here with us, and particularly this evening coming back due to the illness of our interim city clerk. Thank you. With that, we do have a couple of presentations this evening. The first is going to be, I believe, remote, and that comes from Lifestream, talking about the incredibly important blood drive that's coming up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, honorable staff, and guests. Thank you so much. I'm Michael McDaniel. I'm the Director of Donor Recruitment for Lifestream Blood Bank. We have been the nonprofit blood bank supplying the Desert and Inland Empire for over 70 years. We are the supplier of all hospitals in the desert, and that takes about 500 donations a day to supply over 80 hospitals in 6 counties, encompassing over 6 million residents. We do that through our fixed site donor centers. We have 2 in the desert that we're proud of, also through 1,600 mobile blood drives annually. I cannot overstate how serious the blood crisis is right now. Many of you remember in January when the American Red Cross, for the first time in its history, declared a national blood emergency. That helped every blood bank across the nation. Unfortunately, we have all slipped back down to those levels. We have less than 2 days supply on hand. This means we are not ready for any type of mass trauma incident like we saw in Uvalde, Texas, or Buffalo. And you can see here, patients like 5-month-old Paisley, she survived a heart transplant but required 41 units of Lifestream's blood to do so. Currently, we would not have the stock levels to fulfill that type of surgery. So we are here today to ask for your advocacy for blood donation and also talk about the 9 Cities Challenge that's upcoming. It kicks off tomorrow. So how much blood is needed? Every 2 seconds, someone in the United States needs blood. 1 in 7 people entering a hospital are going to need it. And here's the scary one. 1 in 2 women and 1 in 3 men in the United States will develop cancer in their lifetime. If you're going to fight cancer with chemo and radiation, you're going to have blood product to replace what that chemo and radiation has taken. That takes about 8 units a week. A trauma incident, like I mentioned, is about a 50-unit incident. Liver transplants can be up to 100 units, and we average nearly 1 a day in Southern California. That's over 30,000 units of blood a year going just to that surgery. A fractured hip or joint can be 5 units. So how did Palm Springs do last year? Well, Palm Springs is an outstanding city. You collected over 1,000 pints, 1,076 during a pandemic. So thank you to the mayor, council, and citizens of Palm Springs for being so supportive. We are challenging Palm Springs this year for 1,500 pints. We think that we can do that, and we think with the city's help through promotion, we can get there. The 9 Cities Challenge kicks off tomorrow. This is our 10th annual 9 Cities Challenge. We have prizes for the largest drive, the largest total collection, as well as the largest per capita. I believe Palm Springs has won that before. We would like to see Palm Springs win again. And this year we will be having a Heroes Luncheon scheduled for 9/9 at Agua Caliente. Every city will be gifted a table, and we are inviting the city to please use that to honor your local heroes, your fire chiefs, your police chiefs, and anybody else who's really made a great impact on the community this year. One of the big prizes is you can actually win a year's worth of ice cream from Ben & Jerry's. We're happy to have their support. So to contact us, you have a regional account manager. His name is Jacob Picani. His information is on the screen. Of course, if you have any questions about blood donation, you can always visit lstream.org. You can see the 44 questions that the FDA asks if you are qualified to be a blood donor. You can also find mobile drives or fixed site centers to donate and schedule that appointment. So thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions the council or mayor may have.
Are there any questions? Just a comment to thank you for the work that you do, and please make known to everyone all of the locations in Palm Springs and everywhere else in the Coachella Valley that blood can be donated and when.
Yes. So you can donate every 56 days as a blood donor, so a little more than 4 times a year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our next presentation is our Assistant City Manager, Teresa Gallivan, is going to introduce our new Parks and Recreation Director.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is truly a pleasure this evening to introduce you and the community to our new Parks and Recreation Director, Yvonne Weiss. If you want to come on up towards the podium, please, Yvonne. We are very fortunate. She comes to us from the Port of San Diego, where she was the Parks and Recreation Director for the past 5 years, overseeing 22 parks, piers, the Aquatic Center, numerous recreation facilities and open spaces, and she has also overseen numerous major events that contribute to regional tourism. She has more than 20 years of municipal experience in parks and recreation and in public art programming. We're very excited to have her expertise and her leadership joining our team. I know she's going to be a great asset to the city of Palm Springs and our organization. Would you like to say a few words, Yvonne?
Absolutely. So, Madam Mayor, Council, I'm Yvonne Weiss, your new Parks and Rec Director. Let me get my microphone down just a little lower. I'm a little shorter. I am so delighted to be here. This is an amazing community. You have an amazing team with the City of Palm Springs, and I cannot wait to get out there. I'm on day 4 right now, and I am so eager to get out there, to work with you, and to serve our communities. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Appreciate it.
Yvonne, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd also like to take a moment, if I may, Mayor, to thank Jeannie Kays. Jeannie has been serving as the interim Parks and Recreation Director for the last 9 months. She's our library director. It's no easy thing to handle 2 departments, especially during COVID times and staffing challenges. So Jeannie, thank you so much for your leadership. You have helped make this transition a very successful one, and we very much appreciate all of your leadership and experience helping us through that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. I would like to entertain a motion for the acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items that staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion or vote? And I'd like to start by saying I would like to remove item 1B. It is one that I asked that council weigh in on. AB 1778 and 2237 did not make it out of the Senate Transportation Committee this week. There's no reason for us to weigh in on either bill. AB 2438 has been amended significantly. We're not sure at this point how what those amendments do, but after consulting with the Riverside County Transportation Commission Executive Director, the serious concerns that we had regarding that bill has been lessened. We will see whether or not that makes it out of the Senate Appropriations Committee, but that will not happen until August, and there's just no reason for us to get involved at this time. Are there any other items
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mayor.
Corrs.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 1O as an ocotillo for separate discussion and vote.
Okay. Any others? City Manager.
Mayor, if you'll indulge me, I don't intend to pull anything, but I'd just like to highlight very briefly a few things, especially for our community members. And those are item 1G, accepting playground resurfacing. So we've recently resurfaced some playground areas at Demuth, Desert Highland, and Victoria Parks, one of many parks improvements that's underway right now, and of course, many more to come. Item 1H is a contract with Allied Security, and just want to note that we do continue to evaluate that contract and expand our security team to work to keep many of our facilities and public spaces safe. And item 1N is an approval of some site work for the installation of an AIDS memorial at our downtown park, which I think is going to be a wonderful and appropriate arts installation there. So thank you, Mayor.
All right. And simply a note in very full disclosure, my brother is employed by Allied Security as a security guard, but not at any of the locations that are covered by this contract. With that, we will have the report of closed session.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, the City Council met in closed session earlier this evening to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda, and there was no reportable action. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we will now move to the City Clerk to call speakers for public comment. This is for public comment on non-public agenda items only. City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Dan Spencer.
Excuse me one sec. Madam Mayor, we accepted the order of the agenda? Because I think there was some desire to move
Yes.
the budget item up.
Correct, thank you.
Just hit me.
And thank you for that reminder. We have had a request to move item 2C, which is the budget hearing, up to being the first item after we complete consent calendar. If there are no objections, that will be, all right. City Clerk.
Dan Spencer.
Good evening. My name is Dan Spencer, and I'm the spokesperson for the Palm Springs AIDS Memorial Sculpture Task Force. The task force is excited that the AIDS Memorial Sculpture is moving forward and know it will be an iconic addition to the downtown park, both in recognizing the impact that HIV/AIDS has had on Palm Springs and its ability to further educate and engage. We know it will connect with a broad section of the community and our many visitors. I would specifically like to recognize the great community collaboration that it took to get to this point. Isn't that why we live here? The spirit of generosity in time, our resources, and commitment to the greater good. Years of conversation and presentation so far to individuals, organizations, and entities have brought us this far. It would not have happened without broad community support for the arts and health of our community and many volunteer hours of my colleagues at the AIDS Memorial Task Force, and most generously, the pro bono gift of artist Philip Smith. We had our first fundraising event in March, and to date, including pledges, we are already a third of the way to our goal. I hope the community will check out our new website at psaidsmemorial.org and read all about Philip Smith and the Palm Springs AIDS Memorial Sculpture. In closing, I would like to leave you with a reflection that has become very clear to me in this process. As individuals, we experience our grief and loss in very solitary ways. But when we come together as a community to recognize and celebrate those we remember, we create memorials. Thank you.
Let me just double check. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm
Yes.
so sorry, but there was one additional presentation we'd like to make, and that is just to highlight some of our 4th of July activities in advance of that important holiday.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I just want to make a comment about the AIDS Memorial that's going to be in our downtown park, or proposed. I want to very much thank the entire group of people that came together to envision it. I want to thank a noted artist in this valley, a very noted artist, for donating all of his time to create this memorial for the city of Palm Springs. I think its predominance in our city and the fact of the history of our city with HIV/AIDS that still continues, the long-term survivors, is astronomical and wonderful that we're doing such a thing. And I want to thank the Arts Commission also for supporting this great endeavor here. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here this evening to highlight the series of events that we have going on this weekend. I'd like to start with our Friday night, July 1st, which is tomorrow evening. We are planning a dive-in movie, which will take place at the Palm Springs Swim Center. We are going to watch the Jungle Cruise, so we encourage the community to come out and bring your inflatables and your picnic baskets and come and enjoy the evening with us at the Palm Springs Swim Center. Our next event is on Saturday, July the 2nd. We are going to have a concert at the downtown park. Following that concert, we're going to have a drone show, which is a patriotic drone show, and it'll be synchronized with music. So if the community wants to come out, it's a great time to see a new and exciting entertainment. Additionally, our Parks and Rec team will be out, and they'll be facilitating some yard games, some giant Jenga, and some card games out on the lawn. So we encourage the community to come out and join us for that exciting activity. Our next event is scheduled for Sunday, July the 3rd at Ruth Hardy Park. We are going to have a movie in the park where we're going to watch the classic The Goonies. We will have some vendors out there who will be selling some wood-fired pizza and some ice cream. Again, our recreation staff will be out there facilitating some games and enjoying the weather that seems to be cooling down for our grand finale, which will be on Monday, July the 4th. We have a series of events that will take place at the Sunrise Plaza. It'll start at 3 o'clock with our family-friendly pool party that takes place at the Swim Center. We have some inflatable slides. We'll have some games out on the deck. We'll have some food vendors. And then in Sunrise Park, we'll have a live concert that will take place. That starts at 5:30. We have our annual Power Baseball game that will start at 6 o'clock at the stadium. And then our grand finale will be a fantastic fireworks show that starts sharply at 9:15. So we encourage the community to come out and enjoy all of these family-friendly free events.
Are there any questions? Jasmine, I want to say thank you on behalf of council and everyone in Palm Springs and the greater Palm Springs community. Our city does know how to celebrate the 4th of July, and thank you for making this happen. The last couple of years have been difficult ones. We are back in business on 4th of July.
Absolutely. Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you.
If somebody didn't hear the whole thing tonight, they can go to our website and go to the recreation page. Is that correct?
Some of the information is located on the front page, and then if you log into the recreation page, there's some additional information. You can also call the recreation department tomorrow, anytime between 7:30 and 6, and we'll be happy to provide information as well.
That's great.
Thank you.
The next item is consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the following items, which were removed for separate discussion, 1O and 1B, which was removed entirely. Is there a motion? We have a motion and a motion and a second. I think we're going to be doing everything by roll call this evening. Is that correct? All right. So call the roll, please.
Councilmember Woods. Yes. Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So that will bring us to item 1O is in Oswett, and Councilmember Kors.
Oh, hi, Flynn. Yeah, just briefly what it is so the public knows.
Certainly. So the request that you have before you under Agenda Item 1O is a request for a resolution of public convenience or necessity for an approved nightclub use at the Zoso Hotel. The proposed nightclub, the conditional use permit for the nightclub was approved by the Planning Commission back in March. One of the things that this application also requires is a resolution of public convenience or necessity. This is required under state law, which limits the number of specific alcohol licenses in a census tract. For example, in the census tract where this property is located, there's a maximum of 2, and we currently have 11 of these types of alcohol permits in the census tract. And so under state law, a city council can waive that limitation through a resolution of public convenience or necessity. In terms of whether or not this would be appropriate, the particular property is located within Section 14 and specifically is within the resort attraction zone. In that zone, we specifically want to have entertainment type uses. The nightclub would be appropriate relative to the Section 14 specific plan. In addition, this is a nightclub space that is within an existing hotel. It has been used as a nightclub space in the past. However, there is a new owner and the time lapse between the previous nightclub is such that a new conditional use permit was required. And so based on those factors, staff has recommended approval of this resolution of public convenience or necessity. And we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. And I'm supportive of this, but I had a couple questions just for clarification. So under state law, just so I understand it, is it just this specific type of license, which is nightclub, i.e. without kitchen? And then we look at ones with kitchen differently when we look at the census tract?
No, there are limitations for various types of alcohol license, so it's not just the nightclub
So it's more
license.
than those 11 then, right? 'Cause I
There
think
are other alcohol uses within that census tract.
If I look at, yeah, nothing personal, Dean, but, you know, Black Book, because they serve food, or Village Pub, I think is in this, and Moxie, which, so I'm just wondering, did the Planning Commission talk about public safety issues, crime issues, given they brought up those two in a different, which we'll be hearing later, but, or were they not concerned about it here, and for what reasons?
No, they did discuss that at the Planning Commission meeting, and there were discussions relative to security, to the hours of operation, to noise, and other issues. And so that's one of the reasons why we have a conditional use permit conditional use permit requirement for nightclubs. Not all sites are equal. And so in terms of surrounding uses, in terms of the configuration of the proposed business, in terms of the hours of operation, things like that, those are all taken into consideration. But going back to your original question, yes, the Planning Commission did consider safety as part of their approval of that conditional use permit.
Okay. That's helpful. Maybe just, you know, having all the liquor licenses might be useful just to, for us and the public to have a sense of how many are in an area. Although I appreciate these were that specific type. And yes, I'm fine with this. It's within a hotel. It's a little different situation than some of the other ones that we deal with. So thank you. I just wanted to understand that.
Certainly.
Are there any other questions for Flynn?
No, but I'll move it.
I did have one question.
Okay.
But I want to make.
And I'll second it, so you have a motion on the floor as you
He's got
speak.
a motion and a second. Flynn, there is a bill in the state legislature that would, for I believe it's 9 cities throughout California, allow for the closing time to move from 2 to 4 a.m. For those facilities that we currently have permits such as this, would they be automatically granted the ability to go to 4 a.m., or is that something that we would be able to come back on a case-by-case basis and consider?
It would actually be something the Planning Commission would consider on a case-by-case basis, where we have limitations on the hours of operation in their conditional use permit. And that's the method by which we would modify that.
All right. Then let me make a statement that while I'm very supportive if the law is passed, that we have that flexibility. I'm extremely concerned regarding security operations, particularly at a couple of the locations in the downtown area where we have had incidents, and as to whether or not a 4 a.m. Closing is appropriate, security must be a essential part of the discussion, and I would hope that Palm Springs PD is consulted specifically on any movement to change to 4 a.m.
Certainly, understood.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
And
Council.
my understanding of the legislation in its current form would be those cities would have the right to allow it, where they would allow it. So I think there would be first, my understanding, a decision by the council if we want to allow it anywhere and where, what areas of the city, before it would even go to Planning Commission to consider. So that's my understanding of the way the law works, only because I read it, but I haven't read if there's been changes to it. But I think it would first need to come to council as a policy. It just would allow us, if we want, to extend hours before it would go to planning on a case-by-case kind of basis.
Right. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? And, roll call, please.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, then we will move ahead and jump to item 2C, a public hearing and adoption of the fiscal year 2022-23 comprehensive budget for the city of Palm Springs. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. It's been a little while getting to this point. We've had 3 study sessions and a pretty significant meeting at a regular agenda business item to review the budget. So at this point, you have reviewed all funds, including emphasis on the general fund and capital improvements plan. So as a follow-up to the very last meeting where we were really having final discussions about what items would be in the budget and what would be left out, we've included an attachment to the staff report that shows those items that City Council directed investment, but removed the other items that were just under consideration. So you can see that in your staff report. The items highlighted in yellow were those, or in the yellow box, were those items that were directed by council. The others in the blue box were certainly supported by council, but originated in the city manager's recommended budget. So we're prepared to answer questions this evening. Otherwise, we do have this slated for a public hearing, which is required prior to final adoption, and we're available to answer any questions.
All right. So the next part of this in a public hearing will be for questions for staff, and we will then move to public comment and come back for comments and motions from the City Council. Councilmember Woods, do you have a question?
Not right now. Yeah. Oh, sorry. That was.
Okay. Councilmember Coors?
Is the presentation you're going to do available for us so we have it after it's done? I know there are 2 yellow folders with things, but I don't have a yellow folder. I'm very sad. And so I just want to see if that was in it, it would be great to have a copy, but we can share. If not, it would be great to have one.
All right.
Oh, there are a whole bunch of, yeah. So if I can get a folder at some point, because that has a bunch of things in here
Okay.
on a bunch of hearings.
If we could try to get a copy of the PowerPoint presentation for Councilmember Coors.
We'll share for now.
All right. A little bit of a reach to share with mine. All right. Are there any other questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Holstedge.
Thank you. For staff, can you just clarify? I know we had talked about grants and sponsorship. So can you clarify how much is in the existing budget to be able to allocate for grants and sponsorships later in the year?
Yes, there is currently 500,000, and that process will begin in September of this year.
Thank you, and I'll wait to comment on that later. And then for the library, I know we had big discussions and we heard from public comment about how important allocating funding is for the library. So can you just go through that allocation that's in this existing budget, please?
Yes, so we anticipate a multi-year set-aside for funds for the library, starting with this year. There was a discussion previously about the use of Measure J funds. There's also a pending grant for that supports the library. So when you look at total allocations for the next couple of years, I believe it totals approximately $14 million. If an additional grant is secured, that would bring the total to the roughly anticipated total cost of about 21. And if for some reason we're not successful with that grant, we would come back to council and likely discuss with the Measure J Commission additional funding to complete a library remodel.
And remind us, what's the time that you would know that you would need that additional funding for the library?
So I think we would come back in the very next budget cycle if we were not successful with the grant. If we're successful with the grant, that dictates some of the timeline for us and basically contemplates getting started very quickly on design and construction. One of the things we'll want to do with the capital improvements plan in general is staff right now is really getting very organized in what projects are kind of moving forward when, so that we can give you a much firmer time frame on a number of projects and make sure that we are approaching those in consideration of council's priorities.
Thanks. So you think you'd have to wait till the next budget cycle to request additional dollars for the library if we don't receive that grant?
I don't know it's that we have to wait that long, but the dollars that we've set aside in the budget contemplate the grant, and I think we're cautiously optimistic that we will receive those funds. Either way, we anticipate more than 1 year of setting aside funds prior to construction, and of course, design and other elements could be taking place at that time. So we should know something about the grant within the year. We would set aside the funds that are already contemplated to be set aside, which is approximately $7 million. And then we would be coming back to council next year one way or the other, either for the balance of approximately 14, or I'm sorry, to bring the total up to 14, which would be an additional 7, or as much as an additional 14, which could come in 1 year or multiple years.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Along that same topic, can we pledge now to set that money aside for the library if we don't get that grant funding? Can we do that now?
So, yes, I think unless you wanted to pledge from a source like our remaining fund balance, I think what we would propose to do is still, we've certainly heard from council that it's a priority to move forward on the library. We do have a number of other significant projects immediately in the queue, including a navigation center and potentially the Plaza Theater and some others. So we still need to balance the approach to those. And we understand that the library is a very high priority. So regardless, we'll be looking to bring that back on an expedited schedule. So I don't know that you need to set the funding aside now, because one way or the other, even if we started today on design, we're not going to be under construction during the fiscal year, which is what the majority of the funds are going to be needed for. So I don't think there's a consequence to waiting to hear what we get from the grant. Either way, our understanding is council wants to remodel the library as soon as possible, grant or no grant. So those would be the plans that we would bring you.
Thank you.
Other questions are for staff? I have a couple then. Could I get, or could we get a overview of the funding that will be going to homeless services in this budget? And it can be a very broad overview, but I think the public needs to hear what it is that we're proposing to do.
The one thing I would just advise council and the community is that it's common that funding that's dedicated to a particular program could be found in multiple sources. So for instance, we have a number of personnel in our police department that are dedicated to homeless services. But from a general standpoint, we have some current commitments that we're making. That includes commitment to the Daytime Access Center, a few $100,000 in added security-related expenses. We are cautiously optimistic of receiving a large grant from the state that would support construction of the Navigation Center and capitalize some of the early days of operations. We also have some remaining HAP funds, approximately $4 million, and then there is currently a $1 million ongoing set aside out of the general fund, and that could be used for a number of things, and I would only, in consistently talking about the variety of areas where dollars could come from, we also have, for instance, $1 million set aside in the police department. So that could support positions within the police department dedicated to homelessness. So it's not strictly limited to that $1 million. As services likely migrate from the Access Center to the Navigation Center, the current investment in that activity could also be dedicated to new homeless services. So I'd say we're positioned to spend between $1 and $1.5 million annually as we transition to the Navigation Center, plus grant support.
Okay. And you brought up the police study. Could you talk about what that study will be in terms of staffing and the timing of that?
Sure. So primarily, this study looks at calls for service, expectations for service delivery, the variety of calls that we receive, and aims to do two things. One is evaluate how many traditional sworn officers we need to meet the expectations of the community in terms of service. It also looks at other creative ways we might deliver services through non-sworn support staff. That could be everything from behavioral health to community service officers to a number of positions that might not just be patrol officers. So that study, pending approval from council this evening, would probably take a few months to get under contract and complete, and then we would bring back recommendations for council to evaluate new investments in staff.
And lastly, we are in uncertain economic times, so we're going to pass a budget this evening. But we know that over the course of this next year, what our projections are as of tonight are subject to change. Can you talk about how you plan to come back to council during the course of the year and give us an opportunity to adjust as necessary based on the realities of the economy?
So firstly, I'd point out that the draft budget does propose a 20% reserve balance in our general fund. That's 20% of typical expenses less major grants. Additionally, we have a number of areas where we have set-asides that aren't intended to be spent all at once. So that includes a number of sinking funds for fleet and facility improvements, deferred maintenance, and the likes that would not be spent right away. It includes a set-aside, for instance, for affordable housing that would not be spent right away. So there is a functional fund balance larger than that 20%. And then in terms of policy and practice, it's included in our strategic plan to improve in the area of financial management. We do an excellent job, but always looking to move forward. And one of those strategies contemplates quarterly reports to the City Council where we could review our tax receipts, review expenses. Me and the finance staff do that more than quarterly, so we'll also be watching for trends and adjusting as necessary, but we'd be having that conversation with council at least quarterly.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing no other questions, we'll move to public comment on item 2C.
Dean Levine. And followed by that will be David Brickman.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm up here because I'm asking for the city council to support the police a little more than they are as you guys go into the budget talks. One of the reasons why I'm up here is you guys are all aware that we're kind of front line on the city right now with the way the public is behaving and some of the issues we've had down, in our restaurants and bars on our street. We have seen an increase in violent homeless behavior, and we have seen an increase in inappropriate behavior from the general public. The stuff you see on TV that happens in airports and stuff is we're seeing on the regular in our community. And so one of the challenges that we've been working closely with the chief and the police department on trying to find solutions. And one of the biggest challenges for the department, as you guys are aware of, is that the department is short on staffing and people. And whatever the city can do to support them in what they're looking for to make up for some of the shortcomings in being able to staff, I'm asking you guys to seriously consider it. We recently met with our group today, and we had Lieutenant Hutchinson come and explain some of the challenges on how we can help the city and the police department in their needs, but they also are going to need some support from the city council. As we move into a recession, which seems like it could be uncertain, but we don't know for sure, times might get tougher in terms of crime. And so one of the challenges for us, and we're worried about, is that to make sure we maintain the same safe, strong city that we have. And so I'm asking for the council to consider giving them what they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Brinkman, followed by Patrick Jordan.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Kors, Councilmember Woods, and Councilmember Holstage, and city leadership. I'm here just to say thank you so much for including DAP's campus expansion in tonight's budget. We, as a group together, will care for 25,000 people annually by 2025. We're all very aware of the impact of mental health, homelessness, substance use disorder, and lack of health care in the city of Palm Springs. As you know, we are an advocacy-based healthcare organization, and with the city of Palm Springs, we have been fighting side by side for equity and justice since 1984, because it's our mission to enhance and promote the health and well-being of this community. DAP is serving 10,000 people, and to your question, Councilmember Kors, 45% of them are Palm Springs residents, and 26% of the Palm Springs patients live without health insurance. DAP's campus expansion is going to close that gap between affordable housing, access to substance abuse programs, access to mental health care, and primary care. As a result of your contribution, when our campus expansion is done, we'll have 4 primary care clinics, an expanded mental health program, a substance abuse outpatient program, an expanded dental clinic, a new sexual wellness program, and last but not least, 61 more affordable apartments, which will bring our total to 142 on our campus. So it's all at our parcel of 13 acres at Sunrise and Vista Chino. So together, by 2025, we'll have the capacity to care for 25,000 people a year. I want to thank you for your partnership.
Patrick Jordan, followed by Jeffrey Bernstein.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Patrick Jordan. I'm a resident of the city of Palm Springs, and I'm also the chair for DAP Health. And as the board chair of DAP Health, one of the greatest pleasures that I have is meeting some of the residents of Palm Springs that DAP serves. Like Jeremy, a homeless person since the age of 14, who today, at age 41, has maintained housing and sobriety for the past 2 years and has gainful employment, all done through DAP Health. And David, once plagued with debilitating mental illness and living in an RV, even through the heat of desert summers, who today is thriving at his job, is in housing, and has successfully graduated from DAP's mental health program, and actually now gives back as a volunteer for DAP Health as well. And finally, LaWanda, who during COVID lost her job and her medical insurance, yet was able to get the medical care and medications that she needed at DAP and to find reemployment. These are just 3 examples of the 10,000 people that DAP Health cares for. And how do we do it? We do it by using an integrated approach on our 13-acre campus. So you take the drug treatment combined with primary care and physicians and integrated mental health and affordable housing and dentistry and nutrition and food distribution. And let's not forget our case managers that tie that safety net together. And that's the key. It's a net all on one campus, and that's why it's been very successful. That's how we do it, and that's how we achieve positive health outcomes, often against the odds. And we thank you for the consideration, for the contribution to continue to build out the campus very much.
Jeffrey Bernstein, followed by Francisco A.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Middleton, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, Councilmember Woods, Holstage, and Coors. My name is Jeffrey Bernstein, and owner of Destination PSP, a downtown business. I'm here to speak on 2C, the upcoming fiscal budget. There's 3 areas which you've discussed recently, which I want to support. First, the fire department has indicated they need 15 additional firefighters to provide the level of service we need. I urge you to approve at least the 9 tonight with a plan to grow to 15 over time. Our city is growing in size. It's getting hotter and drier, and crime, including arson, is increasing. In the last year alone, just behind my store, I've had 2 dumpster fires. Local businesses have already been notified that our insurance rates are going up, but that increasing our level of fire service could help that. We've been very lucky with our firefighters, have managed so far without any major disasters, but we don't want to be in a situation where we look back and wish we had taken action but didn't. Second, our police chief has indicated they need additional funding, some of which has been approved so far. On Tuesday, I sent several of you an email pointing out the need for additional police. I mentioned specifically the need for more downtown police patrols. That same night, after sending my email, a known violent, unhoused person threw a bar stool through my store window. So much of the crime that occurs downtown could be prevented if we had greater police presence. An investment in our public safety is not only an investment in our community, but also an investment in our economy. We spent 2 years proving that Palm Springs was the safest place to be during the pandemic. We need to make sure Palm Springs is the safest place to be, period. The third area is economic development. There needs to be a city business liaison, someone whose sole job it is to work with, advocate for, and promote our existing business community. We have over 5,000 business licenses in the city of Palm Springs, yet we don't have one person who is just focused on them. If there's an economic slowdown, it's our local businesses that will need attention, help, and support. We have strong revenues this year. Let's be sure to reinvest that in areas like public safety and our local businesses that will ensure that revenue continues. Thank you.
Francisco?
Thank you, Council. Appreciate that. By the way, my name is Francisco. My respect to the right here to the mayor, to everybody who's present, business. I do have a opinion. I represent people from the homeless out there. The program right now, they're not really doing what they're supposed to be doing. For my person, I'm still in the streets, and then it's just been hard. You know, it's been hard with the people out there. And then I guess over there they don't have proper indication or showing that they have the, you know, when we could bring the community here as residents or you know, to speak, you know, what's really going on from the inside out, you know what I mean, from those programs. I do appreciate everything that you guys do because you guys do have the power, and thank God that we're in good, you guys, I'm good hands with you guys. You know, I have my PTSD, a little bit nervous situation, but I'm comfortable, okay, I'm comfortable right now, and I appreciate that. I do want the gentleman here to give his statement. He might need a microphone because the situation is what it is, and thank you for you guys. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
And the next public comment, sir, if you want to start by stating your name.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize, first of all, because my English is not so perfect. I am from Palestine, Jerusalem. I grown up there, and I grown up in Lebanese school. I like Palm Springs because I was working with Lebanese people last year here. Of course, I don't like the weather, but I feel the emotion, the good things, and I need to thank some of the hospitals here, like Eisenhower, JF Kennedy, and big thanks for the police station manager, because a couple of days I was sitting on the road, I lost my wallet, and the police, he stopped. I want to say hi to him. This guy, this officer, he say, why you cry? You are brothers here. Even you are not citizens. I tell him, I am citizen. I have green card, social security. He said, don't worry. We are your family here. Don't cry. I will send you to your church. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank for all of you, but the things here I don't have, looking for a place to stay. I am 62 years. I finished my study in Greece and Germany. I am assistant dentist, specialized dental lab. But because I am 62 years, nobody give me a job. They say I am very old. So I hope the city, they will help me. In Jesus' name, I thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I really thank all of you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, sir.
David Feltman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and City staff. This is David Feltman. Been in Palm Springs over 10 years. I want to speak about the public safety budget and the study that Chief Mills is proposing and will be hopefully underway. I want to thank him for both his inspired and inspiring leadership for policing in our city. It pains me to speak on this topic because when I came to Palm Springs as a visitor, it never crossed my mind that I wouldn't be safe. And today as a resident, I sometimes think very carefully, where am I walking? What's happening? My safety at risk? I know the city and I kind of can navigate where I think I'm going to be okay. But I was recently abroad and was speaking to a person who's about to visit our city, and he said to me, "Can you tell me where am I going to be safe?" And as I ran through the answers in my head, I had like 3 zones, not just like an intersection, but zones where I had to tell this person as a solo traveler, he had to be careful for his personal safety, and that I wasn't sure really exactly where he could go and not go. I think what the police chief is undertaking and what the city council is doing, be more aggressive in ensuring the safety of the community and our visitors is essential, and I would ask you to support the incremental funds that are proposed to ensure that the outcome of that study can be fully funded. Thank you very much, and good evening.
Thank you. Kathy Wormick, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia. Madam, over the staff, excuse me, members of the City Council, I'm speaking tonight as
Kathy?
As a citizen.
Kathy, you've got a computerized voice. I'm going to call you right back. Okay, you could restart.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm speaking tonight on the issue of public safety. And I think all of you know that I'm on the Planning Commission, and I'm going to speak about things that came before us, but I'm speaking as an individual. The City Council, or the Planning Commission, has reviewed several nightclubs in the last year, and we've gotten some very disturbing comments coming back. People talking about fights in the parking structures, gunshots on arenas, and fights on the streets as the nightclubs and bars let out at 2 a.m. And one of the real concerns is that our city be a safe place for people to congregate and to celebrate into the late evenings. I'm afraid that without the kind of police patrols we need to have in the downtown, we're not going to maintain that reputation, and that we could have another Zelda's. Therefore, I'm basically requesting that you look seriously at the full request the police chief has made for $2 million in additional staff as opposed to the request for 1 million that is in the current budget. Thank you very much for listening to me. And just one other small comment. I was on the library board of trustees, and I was on the group that looked at a place for the new library, I think in 19. And the conclusion we made wasn't that the existing library should be remodeled, but that the city should be open to either a new library or remodel of that building, dependent on the needs of the library. So as you go forward with the library, I don't think it was determined yet that it's a remodel that's in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jerry Keller, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name's Jerry Keller from Lulu, California Bistro. I have several points to make about the importance of getting the police a substantial amount of money. Our current reputation as a safe city must be protected and enhanced. Palm Springs population is now around 45,000 during season and special events that can go to 2 to 3 times that, over 100,000 people in our city. We have an excellent new contract with our police staff, but we need a lot more. It is very difficult and costly to recruit new police staff. There's a huge amount of competition from all over California and the whole country, and it's a very difficult and challenging job. Chief Mills needs all the help he can get to provide the safety and security we all need. Also, because of being tight-staffed, mandatory overtime creates a serious problem with tiring out our current staff and just not being able to do the job as well as they would like to. We definitely need the additional $2 million being discussed and even more. There's a good possibility we could add a viewing center to monitor all the cameras throughout the city. Currently, the screens are being monitored by the 9/11 staff. We definitely need more cameras throughout the city. Some of the private businesses have cameras and more do. In order to keep the city safe, I believe we need a dedicated viewing center with a dedicated viewing staff to monitor the screens. Please let me re-emphasize, we must protect our current reputation as a safe city to visit, and to be sure that happens, we have to give our police department very, very expanded dollars and responsibilities to carry out the very vital job they're doing of protecting all of us and all our visitors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Scott Nevins, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I just wanted to call in quickly to show my support for a few different items in the budget. 2 of them concern our most vital resources, our police and fire departments, and the third strikes at the heart of one of, if not possibly 2 of the biggest issues facing our city. I just wanted to echo what Kathy Warmick said about really looking at the full request from Chief Mills about $2 million needed for public safety to be added to the budget. You know, just on these calls tonight and in public comments, we hear the city crying out that people are afraid. I mean, can you imagine, like, people being afraid to be in Palm Springs? Think about that, right? Like, when the word gets out that residents are scared, how are we ever going to ask visitors to come to Palm Springs when we can't promise to keep them safe? And this money will create the resources to help that, to help, at least I should say, help ease that. And it's so needed. So please take a look at that full request. Same for the fire department. You're requesting additional firefighters. I know there's levels at which you can ask for some now and more later. I come from a family of firefighters, and I say, whatever they need, give them. It is so important. As Jeffrey Bernstein was saying, the fires that were happening all over town, it's just such a vital thing that we need, and I don't think we should ever second guess that. Also, the $2 million that the city manager requested to address homelessness, obviously we all know this is an issue that everyone's talking about, but I know that business owners especially are really starting to lose patience with being told to wait and be compassionate as they see their businesses really being negatively affected, which then spills over to their clientele. On a thankful note, I just want to say I really, really appreciate the significant increases in spending on parks and maintenance. Those are things that people can see happening in front of them, right? They can look out their window and see that happening at the park. And I just think that's so great. And so thanks for that. And lastly, as a DAP board member myself, I just wanted to say that I really have seen with my own eyes the life-changing and vital work that DAP Health has provided for so many people. And these funds will directly affect our city and its residents. Like our David Brinkman said, 46%
Mr.
are
Nevins?
Palm Springs residents. So, this is going right back to helping everyone in our city.
Thank you for your comments,
and it's such an
and we're
important
going to
thing that we have
disconnect now.
health
Thank
equity.
you. Bruce Hoban, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'd like to spend my 2 minutes talking about the police department. First of all, I'm very happy that a police staffing analysis is being started, and I hope it's approved tonight. My first concern is there is an increase in confrontational people. Somehow now it's okay to start yelling or be threatening. Whether you're a resident, whether you lack housing, you're coming from all different corners. And also I'm concerned that you can see the crime reports which show the number of calls, are on the increase. So I went back and I looked at statistics for the last 6 weeks for the 2 blocks north of Tockwitz and the 2 blocks south of Tockwitz on Palm Canyon and 1 block of Arenas. We're talking 5 physical blocks. In 6 weeks, 387 calls for service. 75 were a priority 1 or 2, which means they need assistance now as determined by the dispatcher. Let's go down a little more. How many were priority 1 and 2 calls? Well, they were all mostly answered in less than 5 minutes, which is amazing. But there were a few at 10 minutes, 12 minutes, and 1 at 20 minutes. We're only talking about 5 blocks in 6 weeks. Response time is subject to available patrols, and there's many times with the current staffing, can't be in multiple places all at the same time. I am not making a negative comment on our wonderful police staff, Chief Mills, or his senior staff. This is a function of availability and how long it takes to get somewhere. Chief Mills is requesting $2 million of additional funding. $1 million is already in the line item budget.
Bruce?
I am asking you to vote to provide the additional $1 million for which he needs. I also personally believe
Bruce,
the
thank you for your
staffing
comments,
study
and that is your time.
is
Thank you.
highly
Celeste Brackley, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hi, this is Celeste Brackley, General Manager of Ace Hotel. I'm calling in today to express my opinion about public safety in Palm Springs. I believe that Palm Springs City Council must continue to support the Palm Springs Police Department in its efforts to restore service levels and reduce the increasing crime in our community. Chief Mills has stated that we need an additional $2 million budgeted for the ongoing police spending and to ensure public safety, support necessary recruiting efforts, and fund outside security services as necessary. This means that with the $1 million that was approved by City Council on June 16th, it's necessary that the City Council approve an additional $1 million annually at its June 30th meeting tonight. I believe that in order to adequately staff events and support public safety, it's imperative that you support the additional funding needed by our police department. I urge you tonight to support the additional funding needed by the Palm Springs Police Department. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment.
All right, thank you. Then the public comment portion is closed. Are there comments from City Council? Councilmember Coors.
Well, before we do that, is there a presentation or?
We are prepared to give a high-level presentation of the overall budget.
Okay, maybe do that, and then I'll make my comments. I'm happy to make them now, but they
And
may
then I
answer them
see,
first.
did you have a question, Councilmember Holstage, or just want to get in the queue?
I'll get in the queue, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Can we have PowerPoint number 1, please? Next page. Chris, would you like to go ahead with the fund balance?
1 minute, please.
Chris.
Okay, we're going over PowerPoint number 1. This is the fund balance schedule. I'm just going to focus on the far right column, which is going to be the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget. We've seen this schedule before, I think, in the past. So I'm going to start off, go through it slowly. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to cut me off and ask. We're going to start at the very top with our beginning projected fund balance. The unassigned fund balance, or unrestricted, is just under $75 million. As we step down to look at revenues, the operating revenues at $155.7 million. That excludes things like a grant revenue. And we have a transfer in for $1 million. That transfer in is actually coming from the Measure J fund to help cover the $2 million contribution to the Plaza Theater. The other $1 million will come directly from the general fund. And then we have grant revenue. We're expected about $31.5 million in grant revenue for the fiscal year. And that gets us to about $188.3 million in revenue. That's very consistent with the number that we've been presenting through our council study sessions. We'll move down to expenditures.
When he's done.
And for operating expenses, we're looking at about $156.4 million in operating expenditures. This number, prior to the council approving all of the budget additions at the last session, was right around $150 million. So on the city manager recommendations, that blue table that we're kind of used to seeing, all those positions that were approved were added into the budget, brought us up to about $156 million. We have some set-asides, and these set-asides are the things that the city manager talked about earlier. So we have $10 million for affordable housing, a couple $1 million for workforce development, $1 million for climate programs, and $1 million for police officers. And we broke that out because they're basically one-time events that are really not ongoing operating expenditures. Sure, go ahead.
So I have a question on that, because my understanding, and from looking at other documents here, is on the police officers, that $1 million is ongoing, while the other 3 are one-time expenses. And it came from other ongoing, it got moved from other ongoing expenses to do that.
That is true. It will be an ongoing expense.
Right, so that one's not one time. I just wanted to
Yeah,
clarify
you're
that.
correct.
That's all.
I apologize for
No
that.
problem.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Just a note for Councilmember Holstage and for Mayor Pro Tem Garner. When the presentations are up, I cannot see you, so if you have any questions or comments, please just speak up.
Yeah, and that $1 million was for police officer additions in salary. So you're right. It is an ongoing expense. We have transfers out of our general fund. These are transfers out into other funds. So, for example, we are adding $5 million to our facilities maintenance fund. We're adding about $7 million to our facility maintenance fund, $5 million to the fleet fund. Those are considered transfers out to other funds. That number also includes about $10 million in debt service that we transfer to our debt service fund. So that's examples of transfers out. We come down to a number of what we're considering total operating expenditures of $197 million. We add in grant expense of $28.8 million, and we come down to its total expense number of about $226 million. We have revenues over expenses of about $37.8 million, and that gets us down to where we are going to end up, where we're projecting to end up with our fund balance at the end of fiscal year 23. We have our proposed minimum, about $30 million. That number has stayed consistent throughout our process. And then the remaining unassigned fund balance is about $7.2 million. So this is where, if we remember right on our blue table, we started with about $44 million in unassigned fund balance that we were going to use for city manager recommendations and council suggestions. That number is now $7.2 million. So we spent about what, $38 million of that 44 has been allocated in our 23 budget. We come down to a total fund balance of about $37.2 million. We have our CalPERS set aside of about $34.2. So our total CalPERS plus unassigned fund balance is around $71.4 million. Do I have any questions on our main fund balance schedule? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go to slide number 2. And this is what the city manager had talked before. We addressed some of the mayor's concerns, some of the council's concerns on our last, at our last meeting. And this is kind of what we're calling our functional fund balance. So if the city ever had a dire need or a dire event where our revenues dropped significantly, this is kind of where we would go to pull back some of our set-asides or some of our transfers, and we would add them back into our fund balance. There's many other things that we would do. This is just one thing that we would do for now. So just to walk down real quick on this schedule, that $37.2 million is where we're projecting to end up at the end of this year. We could pull back 50% of our affordable housing set aside and put back $5 million. We could pull back 50% of our transfers to our internal service funds, or that's part of the transfers out number that you saw earlier. That's about $6.5 million. 50% of workforce development and 50% of the climate program set aside is about $1.5 million. So that gets you another $13 million for a total fund balance of about $50.3 million, which is a little over 30%. This is just a scenario. It doesn't take into account, you know, what we would do on the personnel side. It doesn't take into account what we project might be a better 22 than what we're having. So just a scenario to give the council some comfort that we could pull back some of these things to pad our fund balance back to a gooder percentage.
So I appreciate this effort and what it shows, and am I correct that this is simply one scenario among many that should we find ourselves in dire economic straits that we would be able to adjust to?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of many, many things that we could do, and of course we would work with council on anything that council would want to do as far as making sure that we are responsible financially if the city ever encountered a dire situation.
We did encounter that 2 years ago. We did not know how long it was going to last. As it turned out, it turned into a matter of months, which we're grateful for. But the next downturn, we don't know.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. I'll be more than happy to take any other questions.
Are there any other questions at this point? I think that's a very good overview. Are we to the point that we'd like to start offering our comments? I think we are. So, Councilmember Coors?
Great.
And please don't go too far away.
Yes, please stay there. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff. I mean, budgets are such enormous undertakings, and Justin and Nancy, the whole team did such a great job. And it was nice to have some money to do a great job with this year, so that made it even more fun. So one thing just before I get into this, because it came up in public comment, and maybe Captain Kovaloff, I can ask you this, because it's been said a couple times before, and given I was at the Arenas District Merchants today with Lieutenant Hutchinson, there was no shooting on Arenas, correct? There was some shots fired on, I think, South Indian Canyon.
Yeah, that is correct, Councilmember Coors. I'm not aware of any shootings on Arenas ever, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But the shootings that I believe that were brought up in the meeting this morning were 4 incidents that have occurred over the last 6 months in the downtown parking structure.
Right.
In addition to a stabbing.
Right, but those were near the downtown parking structure. And in fact, at the meeting today, it came up that all the bars at arenas, where there are a lot of them, just don't have violent crime going on. I mean, there was, a stool thrown, but they're actually among the safer, one of the safer places in the city.
That is correct.
Okay.
Realistically, the only issues we have associated with the bars and arenas are the occasional driving while impaired events and loud music calls from time to time.
Yeah. Well, some people consider loud music violent, but I think I just wanted to clarify that there have not been shots or those kind of issues on arenas.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So on sort of big overview, budgets, right, they are how we get to set policy in a big way and set priorities. And I think it's safe to say none of us have everything we want in the budget. But I think as a council, we worked really well together. And the public input, thank you to everyone who spoke at any of these meetings, our study sessions. I don't know if this is the fifth or sixth time we've done this. And we do that because it's so important, and it's so important to get your input. So we really do appreciate that. Do want to just touch on a couple things and then just a few recommendations. But I do want to clarify, I think, at least in my 7th budget maybe, adding 9 firefighters is the most we've ever added, firefighter paramedics, at well over, I think, $1.3 million. So that is in the budget, since there was a comment about that, so I wanted to make sure the public understood that. There are also 3 police officers and 2 other police positions in the budget, about $450,000. And there is a new homeless coordinator that's in the budget, just things that have been highlighted at other meetings for people only watching the final one. I also want to highlight some of the things that we've done because it's an unprecedented amount of spending that we're putting into Parks and Rec. It's a 50% increase, and that doesn't cover all the money that's going on the infrastructure side. So it's well over $10 million of new funding, additional funding in Parks and Rec on both sides for our neighborhood parks. So I think that's a really exciting thing for the public to know. We also, put in $2 million for economic development and workforce development. We haven't decided how we're going to spend that, but we wanted to put that money aside because every time there's an economic issue, we're always, need to get started on how we're diversifying our economy. So that is going to be discussed further. The city manager is going to bring back some options, but again, a really good start. We moved $1 million into our climate action plan programs. I know Sustainability Commission yesterday got sort of an update on the impacts of global warming and the impacts for our city of it getting hotter. I think they're self-evident, but the disproportionate impacts are on our lower income communities. And so if we don't start now putting some of that money away, we're never going to get there. I know we have, I think it's $5 million for fleets, and we've discussed, and the city manager has mentioned, looking at how we make sure whether we can get electric cars or hybrids or high mileage, that we need to look at that through everything we do, and that's something, this council has said was a priority. So there's so many great priorities here. I just wanted to highlight a few. I'm sure everyone has some different ones, and including close to $3 million for the DAP health campaign. The number of our residents, and that number that have no insurance is staggering, who get help is really needed. And I'm so glad that we were able to do that. And thank you to David Brinkman for bringing that forward. And then we'll figure out how to close the rest of the gap and get the rest of the funding from other sources. And, I know we're all here to work with you on that effort. The 2 issues, which one came up a bunch in public comment and one didn't, that I wanted to highlight, is the police issue that came up. We're not going to be able to hire everyone, of course, right away from that study, but I think for 2 reasons. One, in this budget, there's $6.6 million that we have in one-time spending above our reserve. And as I understand it from my conversation with the city manager, probably $3 to $5 million, probably additional once we collect all the TOT from April, May, and June as well, correct?
Yeah, if Chris or Nancy has an updated number, I do think that's roughly correct.
Yeah, I would say it's probably going to be 5, maybe in excess of that.
So even if we spent that 6 million, we probably have another 5 additional in one-time spending for other things that we haven't dealt with in this budget. And if revenues come in better than we hope, even more. So just I would recommend for council, we started discussing this, but it was almost midnight last time, to really think about allocating 3 of that for the police department and just for the public. That doesn't mean all police officers. It may be behavioral health specialists. That's what the study is designed to find out. And by the time the people could be hired for the $2 million a year the chief expects, that would probably cover us with the $1 million we already did for 5 years. And I'd also like to recommend that we restore the extra $1 million to homeless services by using $3 million for that, which can be used over the next 5 years. You know, we've made commitments, I think we talked about it at one of our last 2 meetings, of services at the Navigation Center that aren't just for homeless residents, but for the community. And those will need, you know, that's not going to come out of a state grant for homelessness. That's going to have to come out of our budget. And I think the Access Center will probably still be needed, even with the Navigation Center, for daytime. And it's just such an important issue. And, you know, we're seeing this situation get worse. And if the economy does go south, it's going to get worse. People can't afford their rent. People are, you know, if there's a recession, we're going to see a lot of job loss. And having money to address needs, and actually, you know, some of that money can be used to keep people from becoming homeless as well, right? Because when people lose their jobs, if they don't have access to pay their rent, that does create homelessness in a major way. And so having that money set aside, knowing that if we need it for other purposes and we're not using it, it can be moved. So that would be my 2 requests, is that we put $3 million in a set aside for police funding and $3 million for homeless funding that can be used over multiple years as needed. And with that, thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Councilmember Coors did what I was going to do, but I just wanted to ask if I can for staff to do that as well. So we heard a lot of information and public comment, some of which, you know, isn't accurate based on the investments in this budget. So could you just detail for the public, I know Councilmember Coors just did that, but from staff's perspective, sort of the police and public safety investments, including the firefighters, and then the homelessness investments as well, because it gets lost sometimes in the line items of the comprehensive budget.
Yeah, happy to do that. There are substantial investments really across the board. Some of the others have been mentioned, like parks and maintenance, but particularly with police, I also want to just mention that the original request for the budget, noting that we were going to undertake a review of services, was for 3 officers and 3 mental health, behavioral health practitioners. I, in the recommended budget, pulled the mental health practitioners in part because I wanted to see the results of that evaluation, and then really came up with a set-aside number, an estimated number of potentially up to $2 million for those investments. So I don't want the public to misunderstand that the police chief has said we need $2 million to be safe and we're not putting $2 million in the budget. That's not at all the case. What was requested that was granted was the 3 officers plus some other support staff, and then a placeholder for additional staff. That $1 million plus what was added would be on par to the investments we're making in the fire department that are also substantial to invest emergency services there. And then in homeless services, the $1 million placeholder, again, was meant to be above and beyond current investments, including some of those that would transfer from daytime access center type programs to a more long-term housing first navigation center. And those would be separate and apart from grant funds that the city anticipates receiving to support those programs. So when you add that to the additional security and the investments already in our police department for homeless services, as well as some of what the city has done for housing that includes set aside for homeless individuals, it's really, I don't want to say 180 degrees from what it's been in previous years, but it represents a substantial departure from past practices to invest substantially in those service areas. So every one of those mentioned, fire, police, and homelessness are getting a very good chunk of the funding of the budget, and the programs outside of that are other priority areas like maintenance and parks and recreation type opportunities. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, overall, really appreciate city staff and the finance department and everyone in city staff who's worked on this. I do think it's an excellent budget. I appreciate the city manager's leadership in making investments in our team and in our city. Palm Springs continues to lead the way, and our future is very, very bright. And I think it's the right time to make investments in the city of Palm Springs. I love the investments that we're making in parks and public safety and homelessness and housing, all of these values that we keep hearing from our residents. So well done to City Council. It's no one's perfect budget, and that's the definition of a compromise. But I actually think that this aligns with our strategic planning based on the values and concerns that we hear from our residents every day. And like the city manager just described, I think this really shows bold investment in climate and responding to the housing crisis and all of the issues that we face. So I think it's very well done. I appreciate everyone lifting up all of those things that Councilmember Kors lifted up for me and pointed out that are such wins in our budget. This is bold investment that really hasn't been done before. You heard from my questioning earlier. I'm very much interested in trying to find some commitment to really fund the library. And I know that we have state funding that's outstanding. And I would just like us to move quickly and urgently on getting the library fully funded, since we do have an opportunity right now, which we might not have in future budget cycles. So I see that Councilmember Kors has a proposal to allocate that $6 million or so that we have in one-time funding. I'm open to that proposal, but I was also interested in looking at library funding or additional funding for Parks and Rec, since it's still sort of a marginal portion of our budget overall, even as approved now, compared to overall government and public safety. And at a certain point, it might not be worth doing it here, depending on what the other council members think, because it is fungible funds that we likely will have over the course of the year. And so we'll see what requests come up and what opportunities. One thing we've learned as a council is you can allocate the dollars, but if you don't have the programming or the staff to actually effectuate it, then you can't spend those dollars. And so, we have to align it with what opportunities come from us. So I would just ask if there is interest in the council to consider allocating that 6 or 6.6, thinking through how we might set aside money for the library, either in case we do not get the state funding, or even if we do. And then the only other issue I wanted to raise is the grants and sponsorships. So we only have $500,000 in this budget for grants and sponsorships. We continue to get lots and lots of requests, and we're funding some of them directly in this budget, like through DAP, which is just so important. So I don't think $500,000 is sufficient compared to the requests that we get. We have a number of things that are upcoming, and I would love to see us really do more than that, like $1 million, which is probably more adequate to fund the community needs, because we fund all kinds of things like rent relief and other programs that the city it would cost us a ton of money to provide. So I'd like to see us increase that, and then see if somehow we can set aside funding for the library. And I'll just say it's a personal importance to me, because this might be the last time I get to touch this budget and pass the budget for the city of Palm Springs. And, we might have council turnover in November. And so it's important to me to see, what kind of commitments we can make with this funding, one-time funding that we have available, to really get some bold and big things done for our community that people have been asking for a long time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate all of the comments that have already been said. Councilmember Kors, you're always very good at giving that high-level overview. You got a teach me some of your tricks because you really are excellent at it. I also echo Councilmember Holstage's request regarding the library. I think once we know that we can move forward, we know that we've done a lot of the work already on this project, and there was so much momentum just before everything shut down. I'd like us to be able to say that we're fully funded and that we can continue with that momentum, which we do hear from so many people about. As well as the request for additional funding for grants and sponsorships. There's plenty of people that organizations that come to us with Measure J and we're able to fund, which is fantastic. But as we know, there's so many things that come up during the year that organizations didn't think would be an opportunity, and suddenly there is. I know that we heard, for instance, from 2 projects already. That was one from the community compost that wants some funding to get going, and that's to provide education to the community, which after just myself reviewing some of those composting rules, I'm going, oh goodness, this is going to be quite the lift to make sure that our community completely understands what's going on when we have not been doing this. Most of us have not been doing it. The same for TODEC that made a request to open up legal services for our immigrant community here in Palm Springs. Those types of services are vitally needed, and to have an opportunity here. Additionally, we've talked a great deal about childcare. So all of these types of things can go into that $1 million grants and sponsorships. And these are things that we didn't quite get into this budget, but we can still support, and we need to be able to support. And I am also just wanted to mention the police study. We had in the past, Mayor Middleton and I met with different consultants to talk about analyzing the police department regarding practices and procedures. And I think somehow that got a little bit stalled with all of the different changes that we've had in our police department and in our city. But I think that kind of goes hand in hand with this discussion of the police study in terms of what services are needed for our community. We have invested a lot this cycle in things that we need that go hand in hand with public safety. So often people think of public safety and they only think of police and fire, and they forget about the fact that sometimes people get to the point of needing to be responded to by our police because they lacked essential services and investment from the beginning, right? They didn't have that workforce development. They didn't have a clean park to play in or an access to a library. All of those things can help to prevent people from going into committing a crime or feeling that that is their only option. So I think it's really important, and I'm glad that we as a council are investing in both of these things, that we're not just saying the only response is police. There's also this balance that says we need to invest in our residents and their basic needs as well. So I am open to the conversation and to the numbers that both Councilmember Holstage and Councilmember Kors laid out, and I just wanted to make sure that that I did talk about that balance and what it means to fund public safety as a whole.
Thank you. Other comments?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the budget process is very interesting. It's been very long. It's been very tough. A lot of requests came into us last minute, which was also very difficult to deal with because we're having to then give things up and make things happen and all of that. But besides the stuff that's already been talked about, which I don't need to repeat, public safety and Parks and Rec, which I think we all have agreed that's a great investment in our community, we're doing more. We're actually, one of the big things that the residents have been asking for over and over again is things like speeding, pedestrian safety, all of that are big issues with our residents, at least from my district, and I think holistically from the city. And what we have done is we've increased funding in several of those areas. We've increased funding in traffic calming by $250,000. I think it should be more. but I think we've invested $250,000, which I think is absolutely fantastic. We've also are funding 2 programs, our pedestrian safety program and our roadway program. We're putting funding in that for that, so some of that will happen in the city. I think this is really important for our city from a safety standpoint, where we don't have to rely so much on a police department, but the geometrics of our roadways and our sidewalks makes it much safer for people just to use it, and which I'm very happy that we're doing. I do think line item number 50, which is workforce development, I think in my mind it should say workforce development / economic development. I think it needs to have both of those in there. I think one of the speakers brought up there's nothing in there for economic development. We've been working on that. I think if we just define that better would be good. One thing that I do believe strongly about is not only through Measure J did we add a lot of projects into this city that residents, council members, constituents, visitors want, right? We've added an enormous amount of things. We even added more at the last meeting, but we've been told over and over again, we don't have the people or the staff members to make it happen. So we can budget all we want, but it's not going to happen without staff. And I really think we need to put at least the one engineering staff back in to make those priority projects become real. Other words, we're budgeting something, we'll never have the money to spend it. It won't be spent, we won't see any fruition from it. So I really am asking my council members to reconsider putting at least one position back in that can make those projects happen. Thank you.
Just to
Councilmember
clarify,
Kors.
because I agree with your last point, but number 15, engineering project manager, I think is in, correct?
Yes, for 2.
Right, oh, now you're just saying one, but there is one in.
There's
one
one
new
in.
Oh,
Right,
got it,
one-
okay, I
right.
just wanted to clarify that in case.
Well, I want to thank first my colleagues for all of our hard work in getting to this point, and I think we are very close. And clearly, each one of us started this process with some goals, and none of us got 100% of what we wanted. But I think we're all going to walk away feeling very good about this. And we are going to do so because staff has done a remarkably good job in taking hours of comments from all of us and putting it into a budget that makes a tremendous amount of sense. I'm not going to repeat everything that has been said, but I was looking at a couple of numbers that I want to highlight. In fiscal year 2019/20, in rounded off numbers, we had actual total revenue coming in of just under $124 million. We're proposing a budget for 22-23 of just over $188 million. That's a $64 million increase in the course of 3 years and how much we are spending in the city. That is a remarkable increase, and if I have my numbers correct, and Mr. Mejia may correct me if I don't, but at $64 million in increase, that is more than the total budget of the city of Palm Desert. And in 3 years, we have added the equivalent of another city to our budget. That is a remarkable story of the economic strength of our community here in Palm Springs, but it is also a remarkable story in terms of our commitment to this community and trying to make the increases. So I think we have, as presented to us, a budget that works and one that won't be the last word. We know that next month we'll get new economic numbers, and the month after that, and the month after that, and we will make adjustments as we need to. We've all identified things that we want to see additional spending placed on, but At this point, I think it's time, unless somebody else wants to speak up, for us to take a motion and see if we can get consensus on a vote. Councilmember Coors.
Sure. And I can make a motion at the end and we can discuss it from there. But a couple questions for the city manager. And I know you've heard from all of us at prior meetings how high the library is for priority. And I think Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, it's not just about having the building and the impacts those services have, right? And in preventing crime and giving people opportunity are so important. So I don't remember the exact current plan because we went in more depth than before, and I think a lot of this will come out of Measure J, and they've made that commitment to it. So, I mean, I think we're all on board with saying, yes, we want to make sure the money's there. Is there anything we could or do tonight, or is that already, do you feel, happening?
So I think one way or the other, council has given direction that the library is a priority. So there's always room to discuss where the money comes from. In fact, I should correct something I said earlier. I said approximately $7 million set aside this year and 7 next. It's actually closer to 8.3 this year and 5.8 or so next. Of the $8 million that's going in this year, half is from Measure J and half is from capital funds. One way or the other, we anticipate securing the revenue necessary. Measure J really is an obvious source for a lot of the long-range, large projects. So I don't think that council needs to allocate money from the available fund balance for that purpose. But to the extent that that creates a symbol of commitment and is something like a backup plan in the event that other sources aren't identified, or if it's just the preference of council to fund the library from those sources, that's possible. But we don't foresee, even if the grant doesn't come to fruition, that our hands are going to be tied in securing the funding. It's just a matter of where it comes from and when. One way or the other, multiple years is appropriate, given it will take that long to plan and begin and complete construction.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And, you know, it is a ideal Measure J project as they've committed to it. And that's one of the things we talked about in the Measure J campaign when we were talking about it. So on Councilmember Wood's request of the second engineering person, I know from my discussion with you, you want to start with one and then get that person on board and then see, do you feel you have enough flexibility to do that? Because obviously, if we have funding for all these projects, but we don't have staff, they don't get done. So what is your recommendation?
Yeah, given the level of interest in capital projects, and especially noting that some of them may be smaller, but to the extent that they still involve, you know, procurement, a contract, managing a contract, and even with substantial outside support, which we already rely on heavily, things like expanding the community projects from Measure J to from 1 to 3 million, really the only realistic way to keep up with that level of activity is probably to add at least 2 project engineers. Certainly we can add 1 and then assess where we're at. But given that the capital improvements plan and the expectations for timeliness has increased during the budget conversations, I feel pretty confident that 2 is needed to have a more realistic meeting the expectations of council.
That was my sense. So if we added that second position in, we'd have like 100-something thousand deficit without changing numbers today that would get worked out.
Yes, that's right. We're essentially balanced in ongoing revenues. I am a little bit, you know, just a word of caution that as we potentially do some things, you know, that could represent ongoing expenses, like investments in our police department secured for a period of years, potentially with one-time money, you know, those will be ongoing costs that need to be accounted for and would require some future growth or some other, you know, adjustment in expenses. And we do have added expenses even if we don't add anything new through the inflationary pressure, union MOUs, and other kind of nominal costs. So $160,000 roughly is a almost, I don't want to say it's a rounding error, it's significant money, but in the context of $180+ million general fund, you know, could be accounted for through vacancies in a couple positions or something like that. But we should be cautious not to add too much that is ongoing, without being very confident that those funds will be
Yeah.
available.
And just looking back, at least in the budgets that were available online, although we've had some dips for a year or two, you look at 3 or 4 years, we've always seen pretty good growth. And so we're thinking to act like that. So my motion would be to adopt this budget, add an additional, the right term is, engineering project manager position, increase our sponsorships and grants to $1 million, and that out of the one-time funds, which hopefully we can continue. Set aside $3 million to be used over multiple years on homelessness services, but I would probably call that homelessness and homeless prevention services, because I do think if there's a downturn, having money available and know that we have access if we need it for rent relief or people who, are could lose jobs or things that happen in recessions, just having that a little broader, and then adding $3 million into police, also to be used over multiple years. And again, as was discussed, that's for a wide variety. It's not necessarily all police officers, right? It's based on what the study shows us makes the most sense in order to address and prevent crime. So that would be my motion.
And Councilmember Corrs, what was the set-aside amount for homeless?
$3 million.
Thank you.
Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you, Councilmember Corrs. Really appreciate you always being proactive and coming up with recommendations and suggestions to get us there. So thank you for your leadership. I just have some clarifying questions. So for the homelessness and homelessness prevention, thank you for adding that. I think that's really important. Will that be separate and apart from the housing funds that we allocated, or will that, how will that be held, or how will that be sort of committed to that council, in the future, the city will have to spend it on homelessness? So 2 questions. Is it separate and apart from the housing fund? And then sort of what are the use of the fund? Will it be fungible and just stay in the general fund, or maybe that's the city manager? How would we do that?
One thing we didn't highlight is setting aside $10 million for affordable housing.
Right.
And without having money there, because it takes local grants to leverage money, and as we know from the 2 projects we approved last year, one at DAP and one on Stevens and Palm Canyon, our several million dollars help leverage tens of millions of dollars. And that is just essential. It's how the state and federal governments work. They want the local contribution. So I think that's a separate entity than this. Originally the city manager wanted $2 million a year ongoing relating to homelessness. So I think it would fall into that pot of money. When we added some money, $1 million, the first $1 million to police and the extra firefighters, it came out of that money. That got reduced, the homeless funding, so it's sort of to make that available, but I think a little broader. So I think it would stay in the general fund, sort of earmarked to be available for that. And of course, it helps us with, the functional reserve, because it's not all going to be spent at once or in 1 year. So if we see a real downturn and we need that funding, we can use it.
Thank you. And then for the police funding, so I think the intention there is to be able to fund the additional staffing positions that might come out of a staffing study, right? Or the other recommendations that might come from the study. So I might just ask, we say it broader, public safety, because I think what will happen, possibly is behavioral health programming or behavioral health workers to respond to people in crisis so that police don't have to be on the front lines of that, right? Like a broader staffing ability for public safety is, and then I assume that would also be earmarked in the general fund, right?
Yes.
Is that
yeah, that's
okay
the
with
intent.
you to-
Yeah.
Right, to
Right. That's what
fund
the study's to do, right? Is to look at.
Recommendations of the study and have, broad public safety spending.
Correct.
Thank you. Happy to support that.
All right. Is that a second?
I will second.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you. I would just add again, number 50, that we add economic development, if that's okay.
I think that was what the city manager intended in that, so yes.
Okay.
But
And-
yeah, that's good language, just to be clear, it's both.
And then I would like to just, and I said this at previous budget meetings, is to give a directive to staff to expand what traffic calming can be and what it can pay for. And I'd just like to sense, council consensus on that as a direction to staff, so that somebody who wants something that's non-traditional or is not in the little book right now, and I'm looking at one of our engineers out there shaking his head to be able to do that. And I would support that. And I want to add one other comment, on the mayor, picking up with the mayor. The reason our budget is so good is not only a dedicated staff making the city great, but we have created and built upon a brand that at one time was very high and then died and has been brought back through a number of efforts. Everything from architecture to people to social services such as DAP, which I had a discussion with Mr. Brinkman today about that, to creating a different Main Street, that has interesting streets and it's walkable and parking is behind. And we build upon that brand, and that's what makes us different than Palm Desert. We have a downtown, and we have a place people want to come and they want to leave, their daily life into something magical. We have a Main Street. We're not Disneyland, but we have a Main Street. So I think what we're trying to do with this budget is continue to build on that brand, make it stronger. And, big kudos to everyone in the hospitality industry that allows us to live way beyond our means in a wonderful, wonderful, magical place. So it's really a variety of a ton of different people out there in interest that's making all of this work and why our budget looks so good. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other comments? All right. Well, I was not by any stretch picking on Palm Desert.
But you were right.
At all. I simply wanted to identify how enormous of an increase we've had. And actually, to go to Councilmember Wood's comments, if you would go back 22 years to 2020, the annual revenue for the city of Palm Springs was less than $40 million. The turnaround in our local economy, as I talked about during the State of the City, is an absolutely remarkable story of a generation in this city of people making a difference. So if there are no other comments, we've got a motion, we've got a second, and we are maybe this close to having a budget.
And Councilmember Kors, just for clarification, your motion includes the adoption of the various resolutions?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Councilmember Kors?
Yes.
Councilmember Holstedge?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Well, I need to get my bearings now. So let's move on to, I believe our next item is 2A, which is a resolution confirming the report of Palm Springs Small Hotel Tourism Business Improvement District. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. The Palm Springs Small Hotel Tourism Business Improvement District, which is known as TBID, was formed in November 2016. At the last council meeting on June 16th, 2022, the City Council adopted resolution number 25012, declaring its intention to renew the Palm Springs Small Hotel Tourism Business Improvement District and setting the public hearing for this evening. Thank you.
All right, are there questions for staff? If there are no questions, are there comments? If not, is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve staff recommendation.
We have a motion. I'll make a second.
I think you have to open the public hearing officially.
I
and
do.
Ballots and all that kind of
Oops,
stuff.
I was not supposed to make that motion yet. Sorry, Mayor. You asked, I answered.
You know, I'm still in the halo of having passed a budget. So, City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No public comment, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Then that closes the public hearing. Now do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Holstage, second by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Holstage.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods. Yes. Mayor Middleton.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So, question for my colleagues. We've got item 2B, which is an appeal of the Fuego Nightclub. Do we want to take a short break before going into that discussion, or would you like to proceed?
How much public comment do we have on that? Just one?
I think we've got some momentum, so let's go ahead and proceed if no one's asking for a break. Item 2B, an appeal by LWSC LLC, doing business as the Fuego Nightclub, of a decision by the Planning Commission to deny a conditional use permit. Staff report, please.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I do need to recuse myself on this matter, unfortunately, due to business interests before, and yes, that's it for now. Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you this evening, item 2B, is an appeal of the Fuego Nightclub. As you'll recall, this is a request to establish a nightclub within the 9,500 square foot building located at 383 South Palm Canyon Drive. The conditional use permit was denied by the Planning Commission on March 9th by a vote of 7-0. And then the council considered the appeal originally on April 21st of this year and continued it to May 12th to allow additional evaluation by our police department. At the May 12th meeting, you continued this to June 30th, today, to allow staff to provide some additional information as well as the applicant to address police concerns. So let me get into some of the details in our staff report relative to the comments and questions we heard at the last meeting. In terms of the previous use, the event location or the event venue at this location was originally approved by the Planning Commission on September 9th of 2015. It was within the same area as what is being proposed. However, the event space was roughly 4,000 square feet on the second level. Events did consist of weddings, meetings, banquets, and other assembly type events. And they did have very broad operational hours, although I don't believe the business utilized the full extent of those approvals from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily. The building occupancy from our records show that business was limited to 185 occupants at a maximum. And they did close operations in April of last year. I do need to make a correction in the staff report. We did provide a history for code enforcement cases, and we did note there weren't any noise complaints. However, upon further review with our police department, we did determine that there have been some issues relative to police calls for service. But we do correctly indicate we did have 2 code enforcement issues during the time that this business was operational. One was related to landscape maintenance issues as well as an illegal sign. In terms of the police department calls, when the bank was operational, we did have 2 noise complaints relative to a music disturbance. There were 10 verbal disturbances relative to shouting. Finally, there were other disturbances, a total of 5 related to either vehicle noise, disruptive or loud noises in the area that were tied to this location. There were some other questions at the last council meeting relative to the restaurant use versus a cocktail nightclub use in our downtown zone. So in our zoning code, the restaurants we permit in the central business district do require a land use permit. So those that we have downtown are approved through an administrative process, and that's the land use permit approval. We define a kitchen as, or we define a restaurant as having a commercial kitchen, and they do have substantial sales of meals required under the Type 47 liquor license. For cocktail lounges and nightclubs, we do in our code require a conditional use permit, and there is no requirement for food service under the liquor license. In terms of security concerns, after the last council meeting, the applicant did meet with staff within the police department on May 12th to discuss the concerns and security plan. Staff does continue to have concerns relative to the operation and its impacts on relative to noise, crime, to the adjacent area that may not necessarily be addressed through the security plan. So ultimately, the issue from the PD experience is really relative to how the operation is run and how well they handle problems as they arise. In terms of the pedestrian safety and the potential of the installation of a mid-block crossing on Palm Canyon, the city engineer has determined that that would be an acceptable location if we had an engineering study that determined it was warranted. We did notify the applicant the costs range from $80,000 to $400,000, just depending on the type of system that's installed. If it's the flashing beacon, it could be $80,000 to $150,000. And then if it's a full Hawk system that has an installation similar to traffic light, it would be $300,000 to $400,000. So it does require, as I said, a study and design to be prepared. And so with that, staff does provide some additional conditions for council consideration should the council decide to approve this application this evening. Number one, that the applicant would be required to provide a direct telephone contact number for our police department to quickly respond and expeditiously address complaints from members of the public. Secondly, that the applicant shall provide a parking management plan within 3 months of opening to determine really what the need is for the facility. And then finally, that the applicant provide an independent engineering study for the mid-block crossing within 6 months, because it does require time to review the operation relative to how it might impact the crossing there at the middle of the block. And so if it is warranted in this engineering study, the applicant would be responsible for installing that mid-block crossing within 1 year. And so these are conditions that were not presented to you previously. These would be in addition to those that you saw in the staff report that also include several conditions relative to noise attenuation and mitigation on within the structure, noise limiters, noise stations. So all of those previous conditions that we had provided to you in the past would be included should the council approve that, the application tonight. As I said, you have the option to adopt one of two resolutions that we have in your staff report, either to approve with these conditions or to deny based on the findings that the Planning Commission has made. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there questions for staff? Councilmember Coors.
Thank you for that, David. I think just two questions. I'll have lots of comments later, I'm sure. But so in the previous use as an event space, where often they did have music, live music, and DJ music, building occupancy was limited to 185, and this is, I think, double that. Can you explain the difference?
So I think it comes down to the layout. The previous use had offices, on the second, or excuse me, the mezzanine, the third floor, The second floor on the previous use also had office space and back of house functions that were different than what is being proposed here, where some of those spaces are now being utilized to provide for more assembly area.
Okay, and then, and thank you for the answer on restaurant versus cocktail lounge nightclub. Substantial sales of meals under the type 47 liquor license, is that half the revenue is coming from food? Is that,
Typically, yes, yeah, so more than 50%.
do we ever check that?
The city doesn't check that, it's typically the ABC that would do that verification.
And is it the city or the ABC that determines that if you have substantial meals, you don't need a CUP?
It would be the city.
I'll just flag that we need to look at that because we know the most police calls in the city come from a restaurant that advertises itself as and operates at certain hours as a nightclub. Yet we don't have a conditions of approval process, and that makes absolutely no sense. As I mentioned last one, this applicant can add a kitchen and serve lunch and then be a nightclub at night with the exact same impacts. So I just think that's something we really need to look at because it creates an imbalance. And when we look at the data I received from the police department about where the main number of complaints are from liquor licenses, it's ones that are restaurants in theory that operate as nightclubs. And some change, right? And we know we've had kitchens added to places that are still listed as type 48 are now also restaurants, right, during COVID. And I don't know if anyone's gone back to change those because on the last item, the one at the Zozo nightclub, there are places in there that are actually now restaurants and serve food, yet they're listed as being nightclubs. So I just think it's something we need to have a broader look at, that's all, maybe with Planning Commission. So I just want to flag that. That's all for questions, thank you.
If I might just be able to comment on that. So typically, for the restaurants that do offer entertainment as an accessory to that operation, we do have that as a requirement in our code that if there's any accessory entertainment, it is approved through that land use permit. And certainly if there's a business that's operating outside of those parameters and they're operating solely a nightclub, there have been cases where we do have businesses that do want the conditional use permit approved so that they have that ability to operate as a nightclub. One example is the Reforma, which will be going in next to the Bevmo, which did get a conditional use permit. They are a restaurant, but they are also operating a nightclub. So, we may need to take a closer look at some of the businesses that are operating under the land use permit to see if they are operating outside of the permissions granted under the land use permit and maybe take a look at contacting those businesses.
And just since we're talking in acronyms that we get, can you just really briefly for the public explain an LUP and CUP, the difference and what the public process is in getting one of those?
Sure. So the LUP is the acronym for land use permit, and that's an administrative permit that staff processes internally. We review it with other departments. We gather conditions from other departments to ensure that the use is operating in accordance with our standards and practices. So that is something that we process administratively. Typically, those are less intrusive or less problematic for the city. So that's kind of one process that we have a whole set of uses that are permitted in all of the different zones. In terms of the conditional use permit, that is kind of a larger review, and that does require a public hearing with the Planning Commission. And that there's 5 findings that the commission will have to make relative to the use and compatibility with the surrounding area. And similar to the land use permit, they do issue conditions that require compliance with to make sure that the use is appropriately integrated with the site and surrounding area.
Great, thank you. I was at a different meeting yesterday and someone reminded me that when we talk in acronyms, a lot of people have no idea what we're talking about. So thank you for doing that.
Other questions for staff? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, David, for all the work that you put into this. And I know it's a difficult issue for everyone involved. The security plan, we've got a strong condition that says if they violate the security plan in any way, shape, or form, we have every right to revoke it, which I think we need, which I think is a lot of the public testimony we heard was about security and noise in particular. But I'm just wondering if we shouldn't look at the security plan a little stronger, and I give you an example on page 2B-28. It says the applicant shall notify the police department of any special event, but it doesn't say how they notify them, how in advance they notify them. And I think that's not, I don't think that's good policy. I think we really need to spell it out so that the police department has advanced warning of something that's going to happen. And then I also look at on page 2B-31, the video surveillance system shall be checked daily to make sure it is functioning. By whom? How is it verified? And I agree with the condition. I just think we really need to look at it. And the same with 2B-31. It says the police chief may request the applicant to add additional lighting at any time. I think it needs to be the police chief or a designee, so that it's not just one person that's doing that. I'm also very concerned that the lighting plan does actually not glare into neighbors who we heard are residential areas. We really need to make sure that, and it does say it shall comply to the city, but I've seen a lot of examples in the city where we put in lighting, and the lighting is just streaming way off property, and I don't know if that's what we want here. And I can go through, but I just think some work, if this is approved, would need to be done in the security plan, such it is such a strong part of what's going to make a club like this operate in a way that has minimal impacts and maximum enjoyment for everyone involved. Thanks. That was probably questions with comments. Sorry.
All right. Very good.
But to respond, Councilmember Weiss, we certainly are happy to work with the police department to strengthen it as directed.
I have a couple of questions for Captain Kovalev. The police department's reviewed the security plan. Could you provide an overview of the plan and your thoughts on it?
First off, Councilmember Woods, you're spot on. There's some good points you brought up on the security plan. The security plan is more designed for security itself, addressing issues with underage drinking. The video surveillance system, which from an investigative standpoint, when an incident happens, plays a huge role in solving crimes. So it has that information in it. Some of the exterior lighting is stuff from the past we've had to bring up with nightclubs that are no longer in business, and we are by any means, lighting experts. And those ultimately, now that you brought that up, those should go through probably planning, that somebody's more aware of lighting conditions and our lighting ordinance. But the security plan itself is addressing security officers, their behavior, following ABC licenses rules, the new leads training that would be required as an ABC licensee, what the security guards, do they need to be licensed, what they should wear, their behavior, what areas they're going to monitor, patrol, how often they're going to patrol. One of the issues we struggle with, not only nightclubs, but we have with a homeless service provider in the past, was how far outside of their property are they responsible for? And we really do not have a definition that firmly addresses that, but we want some patrols around the property to make sure everything within their control is addressed. So that's what is addressed in the security plan. What is not addressed are those noise complaints. Those fall under our noise ordinance, and what is also not addressed is our concerns about how that's going to impact the area. The security plan does not address pedestrians walking across an area of Palm Canyon where speeds significantly pick up because it's a long stretch of roadway. Pedestrians are going to be walking across a dark roadway to perhaps their cars parked across the street. It doesn't address disturbances, whether just verbal or anything in those exterior areas, because we would not expect the applicant to be responsible for the behavior of their clients on Bellardo or Kauai or wherever they're parking. The concerns I have with it ultimately are, we all know that alcohol consumption does not make people quieter. And as they flow out into these areas that are somewhat quiet in the early morning hours, those are the type of disturbances I think are going to impact that neighborhood. But the security plan itself is more about the actual facility and the immediate facility, not all of those secondary impacts.
Captain, thank you. On a typical Friday, Saturday evening, which is the prime time for these kinds of entertainment, we already have a couple of facilities in the more downtown area. On any given Friday, Saturday night, as they're closing, what percentage of our police officers that are on duty are in the downtown area?
I'll give you some just basic numbers. Between the hours of 9 p.m. and 2:30 in the morning, our minimum staffing would be 10 officers and 2 sergeants. If we do not station officers in and around the parking structure, a minimum of 2, so basically, 20% of your patrol force there, we have problems consistently all around that area. If we're not there, problems happen. Sometimes even when we are there, issues happen. And our resources can be centrally brought there, and we're leaving, for lack of a better term, the other 90 square miles of our city naked in terms of police presence. And that's what we struggle with. So we have to have officers in that downtown area to quell disturbances, fights, unfortunately sometimes shootings, and an impact that we have from all alcohol establishments, and why we have consistently high numbers of DUIs. Just our presence alone makes people think twice about getting into a car and driving while intoxicated. So we have to be in those areas to prevent that.
Thank you. David, the apartment facility that is next to the Fuego nightclub, how close is it?
The property abuts this property, and they have a pedestrian walkway on the second floor that's probably 6 to 10 feet.
Right, thank you. Are there other questions for staff? Councilmember Woods, your light's on. Is that
no, I'm
intentional? Sorry. Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions for staff, then at this time, the public is invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, the applicant was previously given 5 minutes to speak. Does the applicant get the additional time again, or?
Madam Mayor, my understanding is the public hearing was previously closed, so any time that you give to the applicant is above and beyond what is required.
Okay. So please clarify for me. I'm not. Have we closed the public comments and are taking no further public comment?
My recollection is the public hearing per se was closed, although it was listed as a public hearing, which would communicate to people that wanted to weigh in on this issue that they would have to wait until now, opposed to at the beginning of the meeting. So I would think with limited people interested in speaking, it makes sense to allow them to speak at your discretion.
I would rather err on the side of hearing from the public and hearing from the applicant. So we will open for public comments of 2 minutes each.
Justine Boyer is the applicant, and you'll have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor. Thank you again for having us. I will be as quick as possible. I understand that I have 2 minutes. I know you all have the information, and I won't go too much into detail on it in the essence of time. but I do want to touch a little bit on the email that we did receive on parking, noise, potential crime. The parking requirements for this project, as we all know, have been met according to the Parking Municipal Code. However, we are offering to provide an additional parking plan to prevent jaywalking across South Palm Canyon. We would like to discuss condition PLN 17 a little bit further if possible later on. Also, if you're aware, we had an acoustical report prepared as well as a peer review by a third party. Both reports concluded that the appropriate interior sound mitigations in place, Fuego would be able to comply with the city's noise requirements. In addition, we would be installing interior and exterior monitoring systems to ensure that noise levels are recorded and adjusted accordingly to remain in compliance. Lastly, with the new parking plan, the noise from patrons exiting the building after a night out, being too loud, screaming, shouting while entering their vehicle in the parking lot can be eliminated. The police department stated that an additional nightclub this size would likely increase the current issues that the police department is already facing with crime, fire, DUIs, etc. This sounds like the police department, in my opinion, needs help now with the current workload. Does that mean that we just stop the growth of Palm Springs because the police department needs more help? I think that you've heard everybody, and I understand and trust that you are going to help them, as I heard earlier today. But we did want to express that our goal is to work with the police department, not against them. We will ensure our security staff will be trained and properly and effectively to, I'm sorry, I know I'm at 2 minutes, but may I continue?
Please.
Thank you. We want to ensure that our security staff will be trained properly and effectively in order to implement the approved security plan that the police department has already provided us. With that, we can fine tune it and add anything that needs to be added, just so we can make sure everyone is safe. That is the number one priority here. We met with the police officials again on May 19th and discussed any additional concerns that they may have. It all comes down to how the business is run and operated. There is no way of knowing that we will be a poorly operated business, as most would like to think. As we all are aware, this building is located in the central business district, and according to zoning, this is encouraged to be a nightclub, or at least where the area should be. We know that the building was previously used as an event space from 2015 up until the pandemic hit in 2020. Council, we would have never entered into a lease agreement if the building was not used as a similar use before. We were not interested in changing the dynamics of a neighborhood or area, therefore entering this lease seemed to be feasible and ideal for us. We entered into this lease of June of 2021 and immediately started working on the application and plans to submit to the city in September of 2021. Since September, we have become heavily invested and worked really hard to provide in great detail what the city has asked of us and required, including going above and beyond and what similar applicants have done. For example, purchasing a liquor license, obtaining an approved security plan prior to a CUP being approved. Why? Because we want to do things by the book. We want to be as transparent as possible. We want to be a part of the success and culture of Palm Springs. We know that in order to be successful, we must address concerns before they are potential issues. We as Palm Springs, we as PSPC Enterprises vow to work with the city, the police department, its officials, and the neighborhood to stay compliant while bringing this upscale nightlife and entertainment to Palm Springs. Thank you for your time, and we hope that you consider our approval.
All right, thank you. Are there additional public comments?
No additional public comment.
All right, thank you. Then the public comment section is closed. Is there additional comments from council and/or a motion? Councilmember Woods.
Can I ask the applicant a question?
Sure.
Would you mind coming up? Thank you for coming up. I know this is a tough thing for everyone involved, yourself and the neighbors, and obviously I think you're right. We're asking you to go well above and beyond, I think, what we've asked almost any other club, at least in my knowledge, in in the city of Palm Springs. But one of the things is, would you be willing to put signs up that say something that is approved by staff and of a right size and a right lettering that's compliant with, ADA and all that, basically saying quiet for the neighbors?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you said you'd give a phone number that the police department can call, and there'd be somebody to answer. What about the neighbors? Would you be willing to give that a phone number that a neighbor or somebody that has an issue can call and contact you as well?
It can definitely be discussed. It's definitely an option. We're open to being good neighbors as well.
Okay, and then I have a question of staff, if I can. Thank you very much. Of David, if he's able to come up. For the pedestrian crosswalk, they have 3 months, I think, to do the parking plan, according to the conditions that you put in here. But then they have 6 months, which is only 3 months after the parking plan is approved, to look at the crosswalk. That seems a little unrealistic. It seems like that you'd want a little more time to evaluate whether that parking plan was working, and you might want to do tweaks to a parking plan if this were approved. Is there any problem? I'm just curious how we got to the 6 month time frame, and if there's some flexibility in that.
Yeah, certainly. So I think our city engineer was the one who made the recommendation that, certainly we need to do, there's a period of time that we have to evaluate this, the warrants for a crosswalk. So I think it was really based on that and based on the fact that in our conditions, we have a 6 month review with the Planning Commission. So it was really just to number one, ensure we had 6 months of time to evaluate it, prepare the study, and then also at that same time when we get the study and review it with the Planning Commission, kind of present that information at the 6 month review.
So their parking plan, if this were to be approved, the parking plan doesn't go into effect for maybe 3 months. We can accelerate that if you can work with them and they're willing. But that only gives you 3 months of evaluation for a crosswalk. That seems very short to me, because you may be able to make tweaks to the parking plan that could basically say that's not warranted, right? So I'm just, if this gets approved, I might make a suggestion that we give them a little more time. So it's a huge investment of money. It's a huge change to our road, our geometrics of our road. So that's, thank you for answering that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Don't go anywhere.
Councilmember Course.
While you're there. So one of the things, and I understand how the Planning Commission voted, and they found it's not desirable for the community, although this is zoned for this, right? And so I'm not sure I'm in agreement on that part, but I am very concerned, unlike other nightclubs we've seen, that this abuts an apartment building. And so, because I think there are ways to deal with parking. I think there are ways to deal with figuring out how we deal with noise when people leave businesses, right? It happens on arenas, other places, and I think, one of the benefits of living near downtown, right, is you have all this near you, and it's going to come with some noise. But it's different if it's against your wall. And so that's where, for me, that is the hardest finding here to make, actually the only one I am having trouble with. And the Planning Commission found that the mitigation measures, at least in their finding, would not be able to contain even the noise from the club. And I know they've talked about the base and the impacts on the apartment. So let's just take that piece separate from the people making noise when they're leaving, because those are the two, right? That apartment building is the one that is where I find the problem making this finding. And I'd love to find a way to make this work, because I think the applicant's done a great job, wants to work with us. I think we need more, not less nightlife, because when you concentrate it in 2 or 3 places, you have more problems than when it's spread out. And so do you have any more information on sort of the impact on the noise and bass level from inside the club impacting that apartment building?
Certainly. So, we would, typically when we're looking at these types of these venues, we certainly rely on our noise experts and the studies that they prepare. And so in this case, we did have the applicant prepare the study. We had our own consultant peer review that study and make additional recommendations. So with those recommendations, it was determined that having the new barrier along that wall that is adjacent to the residential, having the noise limiter on the actual sound system itself, and then finally having a noise monitor outside. Those three things would really be the mechanisms to control those issues that we might run into. So that's why those conditions would be included if the council did choose to approve this. And ultimately, if it's determined that the operation hasn't satisfied the conditions, that would be something that we would have to take into consideration and consider for planning commission review and revocation hearing if we're not addressing those items.
And did the sound experts feel that, because I know we have this all the time, separate from the decibel level, but the bass level, which I know we have a lot more trouble trying to control and monitor, would not have any impact on that building?
So, yeah, they did look at sound levels generally. I'd have to pull the study up again
Yeah, I know.
to
We
go
don't have it
through
here,
the
so
specifics of it, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then for noise when people are leaving, right? I mean, you're talking over 300 people. At the bank, you had 185 max, which other than maybe once or twice, I don't think ever happened, and wasn't used that frequently. And now, we got today some of those complaints. How do you envision, maybe this is better for Captain Kovaloff, 300 plus people leaving a facility are going to be quiet?
Great question, Councilmember Corrs. First off, there's not many businesses that would gather that amount of clients on a nightly basis. So that would be rare. And working with the applicant so far has been a joy, and it's the communication has been great. I don't see it being okay. There's no way to control that noise. And, Chief Mills and I went out to those areas. We walked that property. Tuesday will be my 24th year with the city of Palm Springs. 8 of those years was handling noise complaints at the watch commander level on Friday and Saturday nights when all of city staff was at home. I have a pretty good experience with knowing that the noise travels across Bellardo to Cahuilla to all those neighborhoods over there, and I just do not, I'm not a sound expert at all. I just do not see how that would be possible. And that's my ultimately gut feeling, particularly when there was this much space between the wall of the business and the front door of these apartments. And that's what you brought up, sir, is what I've struggled with this, because this applicant is top-notch, and I want to see her, and I know I've met your partner, succeed, but I just can't get past that part personally. Sure, I got issues with the walking across Palm Canyon and all the other issues, but when Chief Mills and I walked up the second story of the Orleans, it was eye-opening. That's what I struggle with.
Share that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you both.
Are there other comments from council? Councilmember Woods.
I have spoken, so did Councilman Jose have anything to say? Did you want to? Okay. I built a career on this type of issue, where you have a nightclub right adjacent to residential, and it's not uncommon. It is a very common thing in an urban environment, especially when you're right basically in the downtown environment, which this is. And actually, the noise, in my experience, and I trust your experience as well, really was not about the patrons, if you come up with a good parking plan and everything else, which can be amended. It was really more about dumping the trash bottles, as they cleaned up in the middle of the night, that bothered the neighbors much more than the people walking to their cars. And I think if this were to be approved, we need to add something about that more than anything. Because that's, after they've gone home, People have cleared out, and people don't all leave at 2 in the morning. That doesn't happen. And I highly doubt they're going to have 300 people. You can't even get that many people at a club in Los Angeles without huge promotions and free drinks and discounts. I mean, it would take a rocket science to get 300 people in here at that, at one time, all leaving at 2 in the morning. My experience says that's not going to happen. I could be wrong, but we put protections in place for that. So I would say if we move forward with this, I would ask for the noise about the bottles and the dumping and all that be added. I would ask that we add a condition about signage, that we add a condition about a phone, that the neighbors have a direct phone access to them as well as to the police department. We clean up the security plan to be much stronger than what it is. I would also ask the city attorney on page 2B-33, there's a list of things about if the business is sold, because we know the conditional use permit runs with the business. So a new operator may not be so good. And I understand that this security plan is part of the conditions of approval, but it seems the end part of that, if they sell the business, should actually be moved to the conditions of approval to be much stronger than just in the security plan, because the security plan can be changed at any time. So I would also recommend, if we move forward, that whole half section of page 2B-33 be reinterpreted as a condition of approval to make this much stronger and to give the city much more power in regulating any future owners of this particular property. So any bar, nightclub is going to create some sort of a nuisance at night. And we've had some bad experiences, and we continue to have bad experiences in the city of Palm Springs, partially because we didn't issue a CUP on that, and we didn't give them strict operating conditions. We're doing the opposite here by adding those really strict conditions. So I'm just adding, if the council agrees, to add those extra conditions and move that section to make our conditions stronger than they currently are. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Let me add some comments, and I'm going to keep them fairly short. I, as well, have been incredibly impressed with the thoughtfulness of the applicant and what it is that she and her organization are trying to do. We want individuals like her to be investing in our city. I'm frustrated by a process that leaves people in a position where they're making significant investments, not knowing what the outcome is going to be for those investments. But what was known was that this would require a conditional use permit. And that's a process that always incorporates risk, because the city can or cannot approve those conditional use permits. And if I recall correctly, the Planning Commission unanimously concluded that this was the wrong location and that they could not make the findings. I believe it is as well the wrong location. Its proximity to the apartment complex is one that cannot be overcome. Its proximity to the neighborhood is problematic. And we know from the experience of the bank that the parking on that site is just simply not adequate. There is not a single business surrounding this location that has come and testified in favor of having this type of business in their business community. And I have spoken with many of the neighboring businesses, and they are not going to be supportive of this. So I'm not going to be able to support the appeal, but I think we need to hear from all of our colleagues. So Is there any further comments, or if not, is there a motion?
I would just make, I'm looking at, in the staff report, there is a resolution called Resolution 65-29 that allowed to operate a meeting hall at this location. And when that was approved, back in 2015, the people who approved it were Wormiak, Middleton, Calderon, Donafield, Lowe, and Kletchko, thank you. And Roberts was he was absent from that. And there were, in that, there were conditions that were approved with that. And I think that, were there problems? I guess I would ask staff, were there problems with that operation? I know you mentioned some things in the report earlier to us tonight, but were there really, did they violate any of the stuff that was approved in 2015?
So there were a few disturbance complaints that I mentioned during the oral presentation that we found with the business. But overall, it didn't rise to the level of requiring a reevaluation of the CUP.
Right. And this CUP that was done in 2015 doesn't anywhere near the conditions that we're really talking about that are proposed for this particular nightclub.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Coors.
I'm giving the council member on Zoom time to think. I think that this is sort of such a broader conversation, right? We're zoned for nightclubs downtown, and while I think I agree with you, maybe where we get to, I'm still totally not sure, but I do disagree that we don't want these kind of businesses in our downtown because we have residences everywhere right near our downtown, right? And I mean, I hear this in my neighborhood, so I know this, but if we're going to choose to live, a block from downtown, we know there's going to be more noise. And otherwise, we're saying, no, we're not going to do any of these in our entertainment district. And I don't think that's the right answer. So, and it's fine to have a different opinion, but I think we're sending a message to the public about what we want people to apply for or not. Where this one is a little different is this is, like this far from an apartment building. And so, what was the planning commission's vote on Reformer, which is on the same block? Was that unanimous in support? And so I don't think any of us pulled it. No, go ahead, David. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah. So I really want to limit the issue here, at least from my perspective, because none of us objected to that. And that's as close to the residential neighborhood. It's closer to some of the hotels a block away. That's part of being near downtown, right? I mean, I think some of the people move to downtown. They stay in hotels that's walk from downtown. Hotels advertise that they're a block from downtown, and everything that is downtown. So I don't want that to be the message that we don't want that. My problem is being able to make the finding that this is not going to be detrimental to that apartment building. And yes, I agree, there are not going to be 300 some odd people every night, but 50 people leaving at the same time at night is going to make noise. And if you're walking a block, people are dispersing, right? So even the apartment building right across in Celia from Arenas, we don't hear lots of complaints when a lot of people are leaving because people are dispersing. But it's people standing out there all at once that make it hard for me to make that finding. So I just want to be clear, I'm not against nightclubs in that area. I'm just having trouble because that apartment building is exactly where it is. And that's the challenge. And we look at the prior use, so it wasn't used very much at those hours, right? It was an event space. They had some weddings. I think sometimes the modernism party, went a little later and was indoors, outdoors. But it really wasn't regularly used. If it was, it wouldn't have closed. So I think it's a different situation, but I appreciate there are a lot more conditions here.
So I appreciate that conversation, and and I understand it very well. So I'll make a motion to sustain the decision of the Planning Commission to deny the conditional use permit.
I'll second that.
If there's no other comment, roll call, please.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Holstich.
Yes, and I'd just like to note for the record, I think Council Member Coors stated it well, that I'm not opposed to nightclubs and the use in the CBD. That's the intent of the CBD, but I can't make the required findings that it won't have a detrimental impact to their surrounding neighbors.
Councilmember Woods. Motion passes 3-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Garner recused to uphold the denial of the CUP.
Let's invite Council Member or Mayor Pro Tem back in. We will take a 10-minute break and then return with the Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Have Councilmember Aiden. All right. It is 8:45 and we tried to get to our non-agenda public comment by 9 p.m. So let's go ahead and begin with non-agenda public comment. And I believe we have a couple of speakers.
Dominic Moonhart, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What was that?
You can begin to provide your comments, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dominic Moonhart. I am a councilman for high school, and I just would like to come on here and thank Mayor Lisa Middleton and Councilwoman Christy Holstage for endorsing Lindsay Horvath in Hollywood, West Hollywood. And I wanted to ask the City Council if I know Mayor Middleton is the Vice Chair of the Sunline Commissioners, and I would like to ask if the City Council would discuss and study a bus line that would go from the Amtrak station down in Palm Springs to West Buddy Rogers in Cathedral City. I did talk with Cathedral City Council about it already, and so now I'm asking Palm Springs if they would study that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment.
He broke up a little bit on me. Bus line from where to where?
I believe it was from Amtrak down the road to Palm Springs, into Palm Springs.
Okay.
And they'd spoken to Cathedral City.
And then go into Cathedral City, just so it's on the mic.
All right, thank you. So with that, if there are no other public comment, then public comment is closed. We will move on to item 3A, a request for proposals for 2022 and authorization to solicit proposals for a staffing study for the Palm Springs Police Department. Staff report, please.
Madam Mayor and Council, we talked about this a little bit earlier as part of the budget process, but staff is proposing that we undertake a review of staffing and services at the police department. This flows, at least in part, from Council's strategic priorities to reduce crime and really ties even into better managing our homeless situation. So what we are proposing is to bring on a consultant that would look at a couple of things. First, review calls for service and just understand kind of the nature of those calls, how many of those are really, what kind of staffing do we need to make sure we have good round-the-clock coverage. But additionally, we want to look at what kinds of services should be provided by traditional sworn officers and what kinds of opportunities do we have to diversify the team to include other specialists, essentially, or even generalists that might be able to provide a different level of service, but also through police response. So a classic example is mental health practitioners, that if we get calls for service involving individuals that appear to be mentally ill, that we could send somebody that would be more equipped to deal specifically with those issues, likely still integrated somehow with a police response so that we've got safety top of mind and things like that. So this likely would not require authorization from council from a procurement standpoint, a dollar threshold, but we thought it was appropriate to bring the scope of work to council so you had an opportunity to input on that. And then I just want to add that along with putting this together, staff has come to learn and clarify that council had also back sometime around 2020 discussed the idea of moving forward with a review of policies and practices. So I do think this scope of work touches on that conversation in that it might look at some non-traditional ways to respond to calls for service. And that, of course, would touch on certain practices and policies. But we think that it would take a separate scope of work and a different consultant to have a deeper dive on those kinds of practices that wouldn't just involve a review of staffing, but might look at traditional things like use of force, pursuit policies, and the like. So we're not suggesting that this study satisfies both. This study would get us started with a staffing review and touch on some of those policies and practices, and we would propose a follow-up process, likely with a different consultant and a different scope of work to fulfill the council direction to have a deeper review on policies and practices. So with that, I'm here and also Captain Kovalev, who can help answer more detailed questions on this scope of services.
All right. Are there questions for staff? Let me start out with one. My understanding is this is a proposal that the chief and the police department are embracing. As we look at reforms and ways to be more efficient, they're taking the lead. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate. So in particular, I went to Chief Mills early in his tenure and explained that based on council priorities, that something like this would be needed. He was really tasked with authoring the scope of work based on his knowledge and the rest of the team, I'm sure, on the kinds of consultants that provide this kind of service. So very much driven by the police department.
Right. I'm personally very pleased to hear that. I think that's how reformation actually happens, is when you involve the people who are delivering the service and who are the professionals and have the expertise. So thank you. Councilmember Coors.
Great. Thank you. And I know, in the scope, it talks about focus groups and interviews with stakeholders, and I assume they'll come back with who and how many, and that's how will be part of the evaluation process?
That's my expectation, Captain, if you have more information.
Yeah, exactly. That's been in all part of the game plan since Chief Mills came on board in December. We met with the various neighborhoods, the districts, the business communities, and that's what we wanted to piggyback on with this as well, because ultimately they're the ones that are receiving our services, and we want to make sure that their needs are met.
Right. Yeah, and those meetings I thought were terrific. So having a consultant who's really focused on that part of that, I think is going to be really important. I just want to highlight that because I think that's essential to this being successful.
Are there other questions or comments? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you. Looking at the scope of work, it's not as robust as the verbal description you just gave us. It's very generic. So if we wanted to look at possibly using non-sworn personnel for, I think, homeless outreach or, those type of disturbances. I think we heard some tonight that's happening in arenas. It doesn't seem to say that that's what we want them to look at. If that's what we want them to look at, and it is very broad-based, but I think we need to be a little more specific in what the scope should be. If that's truly the intent of what we're trying to do. Because, looking at 5 years worth of experience or 3 years worth of experience and what we've witnessed more recently in the last couple of years since COVID and since Black Lives Matters and everything, is a little bit different than 5 years of experience. It's somebody who I think is more progressive in looking at a police department and how we can effectively use our officers. I think we've heard over and over from the police department that using sworn personnel for some of the nuisances that we deal with is not effective, and we may find a better effective way to do that, and I think that our proposal should say that. that's kind of, we're looking for that kind of effectiveness. It focuses on neighborhood policing, which is a different type of policing as I understand it. So I just think I would ask for a little refinement in it. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I am looking forward to this study as well. In the deliverables, it does say, it does include alternate responses to sworn officers. So I don't know if Councilmember Woods, if you just want more of that throughout, but it does mention that in the scope of work. I do want to point out that Mayor Middleton and I did interview, like I said before, a few different groups regarding policy decisions. And so I think, I believe that we did make a decision on which group we wanted to move forward with. So if we can unearth that information and see if that still works for us or not, I think that would be helpful in terms of moving forward on that piece.
I'm not sure what happened to the work that we had done on that, but I as well would like to see it dusted off and incorporated as much as we can. I could add the additional comment. We've done a lot of work in the last few years to try to make our streets safer and reduce speeds, and none of that happens without really boring, old-fashioned traffic enforcement. So I am hopeful that we also, in the course of this study, look at something that is truly needed in many parts of our city. If there are no other comments, is there a motion to approve? Motion by Councilmember Coors, second. Second by Councilmember Woods. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods. Councilmember Holstich.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we will move on to item 3B, review of a modified franchise agreement for solid waste collection services between the City of Palm Springs and Palm Springs Disposal. Staff report, please.
Madam Mayor and members of council, this is our third discussion relative to a modified franchise agreement between the City of Palm Springs and Palm Springs Disposal Service. In terms of our previous discussion on June the 16th, the City Council was in general agreement with the modifications to the agreement itself, as well as the proposed rate schedule with the reductions that were proposed by Palm Springs Disposal Service. The remaining item to discuss this evening is relative to the final item that was discussed at the last meeting, and that is relative to could the City of Palm Springs establish a discount program for low-income customers. As we look at a discount program, there are a couple of things that need to be taken into consideration. Number one is how to fund the program and the amount of funding that would be needed. Secondly is relative to eligibility requirements for the program and the percentage of discount that would be offered. And then finally, how to administer the program. And so with that, let me go into some detail relative to what we have discovered. So moving on to discount programs generally for utilities, there's a number of different types that are offered. First of all, for gas and electric utilities under state law, there are references to the CARE program and the FARA program, again, acronyms that we use in government. Please don't ask me what those stand for right now. I don't know that I'd be able to pull those off the top of my head. But essentially, those are programs that provide discounts on electricity bills and gas bills for low-income customers. Which range anywhere from 20% to up to 35%, and I'll go into that in a little more detail later. In terms of discounts for water bills, DWA, Desert Water Agency, our local provider here, does offer 2 programs to low-income customers. One is called the Help to Others program, which is done in partnership with United Way. The second is the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program. I was able to spell that one out, which is also offered to customers. Both of these are essentially one-time discounts offered to customers. It's not an ongoing program. And these are primarily funded by either contributions, such as the one offered by United Way, or as the other program is funded by both grants and county funding is provided for that one. In terms of solid waste programs, we don't have any discounts offered by the other communities here in the Valley for solid waste. Our solid waste consultant, Sloan Vasquez McAfee, is aware of 4 programs that are offered in Southern California by other jurisdictions. However, they are only offered to seniors. And so those are the only programs that we're aware of that offer discounts for solid waste. And then relative to sewer, we aren't aware of any discounts that are offered to low-income customers for sewer service, not here in the Valley nor elsewhere. In terms of discount programs, there are some regulations that apply to these, both under Proposition 26, which primarily applies to the gas and electric utilities, and Proposition 218, which is relative to property-related fees such as water service, solid waste service, and sewer service. And essentially what Proposition 218 regulates or dictates is that discount programs cannot be funded by other customers. So other customers' surcharges on their bills cannot fund those programs for either water programs, solid waste, or sewer. And so consequently, if we were to offer a discount program, it would either come from 2 ways. Number 1 would be from profits of Palm Springs Disposal Service or unrestricted revenues of Palm Springs Disposal Service. And then secondly, the city could be a partner in that and fund that program. And so those are really the 2 options that we have available to us. I suppose there is a third option looking at the discounts that are offered by Desert Water Agency in terms of partnering with some type of organization such as United Way or others. But I wouldn't really recommend us going down that path as, again, I don't think the funding would accomplish what you want to do, and we wouldn't be able to do it in the time frame, I don't think. So in terms of how to fund, thankfully, Palm Springs Disposal Service has offered to contribute $25,000 annually to some type of a discount program that the city may sponsor. In terms of that fee, keep in mind that they've already reduced their rates, and so that has reduced their profit margin, and that limits what they can contribute to such a program. And so I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And so for a program, anything offered over $25,000, the city would need to come up with that funding. You've already had a discussion this evening about your budget. You're committed, and so that becomes a little bit problematic for us. Also, in terms of determining exactly what that funding should be, we need to understand the number of customers that would be eligible for that program. We also need to take into consideration the percentage of discount and eligibility requirements, because that also determines the number of customers that may be participating in the program. First of all, as we think of the percentage of discount, just giving you examples of what is offered by other agencies. As I had mentioned, for the CARE program for electric service, that ranges anywhere from 20% to 35%, depending on certain factors. For gas customers, it's limited to 20%. Under the FARA program, which is offered by 3 of the utilities in Southern California, they offer that at an 18% discount across the board. And then finally, the solid waste discount programs, again, there's only 4 that we're aware of, and these were offered to seniors. Those discounts range from 10% to 20% generally. There are some restrictions on those programs in that they limit their customers to a smaller waste bin than standard family-sized waste bins. And so there are some restrictions to that program. One of the things I don't do in my staff report is calculate the funding and how many customers that would serve. So looking at the donation, the $25,000 donation from Palm Springs Disposal Service, and then taking that by various percentages, with a 30% discount, that would serve 268 customers. With a 10% discount, that could serve up to 804 customers. And again, that's just looking at the number of customers that can be served. And so if there's a discussion about what percentage should be offered, that gives you an idea of how many customers could be served by that amount of funding. The next variable that we need to look at is eligibility. Looking at the CARE program and the FARA program, they base those programs off of federal poverty guidelines. And what they do is for the CARE program, that's up to 200% of the federal poverty level. And so, for example, for a family of 4 at 200%, that means the household income would be about $54,000. And so that's up to that amount, those individuals, those families would qualify for the program with a family of 4. The FARA program is based on household size as well. It doesn't offer it to 1 or 2 person households. It only applies to 3 or more, but it has a higher limit of between 200 and 250%. As a point of comparison, our housing programs are based on area median income instead of federal poverty level. And so that's another thing that we could look at. However, what I would recommend to council, if you want to do a discount program, I would suggest that we use the same type of guidelines as the CARE program or the FARA program in terms of using the federal poverty level, in that there is some adaptability of those qualifications and eligibility requirements that may make it easier for us to administer the program. Speaking of administration of the program, one of the things that we also need to take into consideration is that Palm Springs Disposal Service does not have the staffing really to administer the program, to review applications and income qualifications. And so if we want to do a program, it would really fall upon city staff to administer that. And while we have allocated for additional positions in sustainability, they would be the most likely department to administer this program, as they are also responsible for the franchise agreement itself. However, if they were to do this, that would take them away from our sustainability programs and administering those programs. And so that may offset some of the priorities that we've established for the sustainability program and delay the implementation of those things. Another thing that we have learned through doing the research on this is that those programs typically require applicants to be recertified every year. And so this would be an ongoing thing that we would need to do. One of the things I forgot to mention, just let me go backwards, is talking about how much to fund this program, trying to figure out how many applicants we would have, and is $25,000 going to be enough? From just doing some basic math, it doesn't look like it would. However, it's really hard to put an estimate on what that number of customers is. Looking at our housing element in terms of the number of low-income households, there's a number in there of approximately 4,200 households, but we can't really use that as a basis. There are other factors that limits that number further. If we look at the number of delinquent accounts that Palm Springs Disposal has every year, that number is about 500 to 600 customers. Is that the number? Well, no, not really, because some of those are commercial customers. And I don't think that really estimates it as well. So there's some additional work we would need to do to really estimate how many customers would be eligible for the discount. There are things that affect that, such as, again, as I've mentioned, the percentage of the discount and other eligibility requirements. So finally, our recommendations to you in terms of a discount program. As I've mentioned, $25,000 that Palm Springs Disposal Service has generously offered is probably not enough to fund the program based on the estimated number of customers. Secondly, we need to take into account that city staff would need to administer the program. And then finally, if the city wants to move forward with a discount program, what we would ask is that you provide us some initial input on the percentage of discount to offer and what you would like to establish as eligibility requirements. So with that, that concludes my presentation to you, and I'm happy to take your questions at this time. I will say that we should have Joanna Jin from BBK, our city attorney support firm, and Enrique Vasquez, our solid waste consultant, to answer any questions if we need to bring them in. And then we also have Mr. Cunningham and Bob Kuznick from Palm Springs Disposal Service here to answer questions as well. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll turn that back to you.
All right. Are there questions for staff? Councilmember Kors.
Desert Community Energy might be a good source for the numbers, right? Because they serve most residents in Palm Springs, and there are 6,000 Carafera customers in Palm Springs. So that should give us a good sense of the number. And we can get a more exact number, for the whole, for everyone in Palm Springs, since there is some percentage still with Southern California Edison, but that's overnight. That's probably 90+%. So just a sense of the volume. Now, one thing, right, we probably can do, since we have access to that, is if we use the same criteria, we know the households, right, that qualify, because they're being qualified by another entity already. So that might cut down on the staff work. But it gives us a sense maybe on what that number might be to be able to cover that many people. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate the work that was done on this. I thought the staff report was very clear. It doesn't seem like we have very good options, unfortunately, because this is new. I did notice that CAP has their program with, I think it was the water agency, to provide some subsidies. Yeah, some bill credits there. So I think it would be worth maybe our time to reach out to CAP and some others to see if there's a way to offer some credits like that. Because I think the reason that I raised this is because we are seeing an increase in fees because we're moving to this composting model and other things. So it's just a kind of a big bump for residents that they're not used to. So I think being able to give people some time to figure out how they're going to move forward in this is really helpful. So I think I'm okay with moving forward with our franchise agreement while we're still figuring out how we can best support our low-income residents, because this doesn't seem like something that we can just implement right now, right? And I appreciate Councilmember Kors raising Desert Community Energy as a possible way to figure out how to reach out.
I appreciate the comments, and I was taken by one number that Flynn gave us, and if I got that correctly, that there's somewhere around 500 delinquent accounts, which does include some commercial accounts during the course of the year. $25,000 doesn't go a long way, but if we were, as an option, to take and use this $25,000 as an opportunity to fund individuals' residences that have had one-time issues with defaulting, that we might be able to bridge those that are struggling the most, not ones who are just trying to avoid making payments and help them get along as we perhaps look at some other options down the road. And my vision of that is just simply that Palm Springs Disposal has an account of $25K that they can use during the course of the year, and as individuals get into default status for a first time, that we give them a credit from that for that first time. Councilmember Coors.
Yeah, I think that's a good first thing to think about. So I know with the utilities, with DCE, SCE, with delinquent accounts, there was funding put aside for people to get on payment plans, so they got a little discount if they stuck to a payment plan. And so, I don't know, Mr. Cunningham, I don't know what you currently do with those delinquent accounts. Maybe you could share. Would that be a helpful thing? And thank you for agreeing to the $25,000. And would this be a good, would there be some incentive that would be helpful to you to get those delinquent counts back in on delinquency?
Yes, I'll answer that. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager and staff. Appreciate the time. Yeah, I'd like to say just something about delinquent accounts. There are so many of these that are reoccurring, right? So, and when we have the same issue in another city where this is just the way they would rather pay. You have a lot of residents here from other communities that are on the property taxes as an assessment, and we get a lot of calls that just say, why am I paying a bill? I usually just pay it on the sewer bill. So a lot of those customers do in fact just prefer to have it on the property taxes. So it's something to think about as well. Right. And I know there's really truly some need out there on that side too, but I really wanted to bring that up.
Okay, that's a good point. Councilmember Woods, excuse me.
If I could ask you another question. When a person is delinquent, they also get a 50, it comes to city council, I believe, for all those delinquencies, and we approve them. They're then put on the property tax rolls, and then it's either charged $50, right, on top of whatever the delinquency is.
Well, it's a 20% administration fee for the city of Palm Springs, and then for us to administrate it as well. So it's 20% of what it is they owe.
Oh, it's a 20%. It's not just a flat fee then?
It's not just a flat fee.
So is it 40% or?
No, it's 10% for the city administration and then 10% for our administration.
Okay, and if somebody, just as people do their finances in this tough world, let's say that it's put on their property taxes, then do people deduct it? Is that why they do it? Because it's a property tax bill?
Yes.
Okay. So there's some method to the madness of being late and
delinquent
in your approach on that. Okay, you know, I just have a suggestion. And I want to thank you very much I want to thank staff for a great report. I want to thank you for looking at it at the request of council. I'm wondering if we can't do it the same way that we do with water, where we give the $25,000 to a third party to administer. People apply for a one-time fee, which is what the water company, the water department does, and then they can get that one-time fee if somebody's having a problem, versus administering an ongoing, very complicated, difficult process for both us and the disposal service.
So I think we're all coming up with some different ideas, and frankly, I think that's a very good one. So would it be appropriate for us to move forward with the agreement, keep the issue of the $25,000 open and let staff and Palm Springs Disposal work on coming back with some recommendation as to what would be the most effective way to administer this. And it could well be through one of the local nonprofit organizations in the city that could administer it for us or something like that.
Madam Mayor, to respond to that, what I would recommend is that we pursue that for additional study and then come back to you in September at the public hearing for approval of the franchise agreement and the rate structure, working with our attorney in Palm Springs Disposal Service to develop that program for you.
That works for everyone? Okay, then I think we need a motion to approve the agreement.
I'll make the motion.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Holstich.
Yes.
Councilmember Kors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
If I could make a comment?
Certainly.
For anyone listening, I'm trying to look it up on the internet very quickly. But for those who are struggling out there, there is a relatively new program to get a discount of, I believe it's $30 if you're a low income on your internet. And I will ask staff to look into what that program is, and maybe that can be put on our sustainability page so that people can actually apply for that. It's a relatively new program, so whether you get the lowest speed or the highest speed, you sometimes can get internet for free, or you can get a really high speed at a reduced rate. So, yeah.
We will move on to item 3C, which is an introduction of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council, the City of Palm Springs, adding subdivision H to section 2.60.040 of the Palm Springs Municipal Code. Staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The item before you is a proposed ordinance that clarifies the recusal requirements of city officials who serve on nonprofit boards. At present, city officials who serve as non-compensated board members of nonprofits cannot participate in governmental decisions when the nonprofit they serve on has an interest in the matter. This proposed amendment to the city's public integrity ordinance exempts these aforementioned city officials from recusal when the primary purpose of the nonprofit supports the functions of a city body or board, or when the city body or board has a legal obligation to give a particular consideration. And I will note that this clarification is consistent and more closely aligns with the recusal requirements under state law. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you just give us an example? Because I think this is a little bit hard to understand overall, and I wanted to make sure the public understands what we're talking about.
Sure. So, for example, the Palm Springs Plaza Theater Foundation is a nonprofit that has 3 city commissioners on that nonprofit. And that nonprofit does a lot of business and interacts and communicates with not only city employees, but city officials as well. And to the extent that that nonprofit has any business before a commission, those commissioners would have to exempt themselves from any decisions. And so the requirement is still you have to disclose the fact that you are a board member of the nonprofit, but it doesn't require recusal as a commissioner.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Kors.
Sure. So sort of this change, and actually one of the examples is exactly why we passed this law, so that we're not following state law on this. I know you weren't here then, but we spent a year with a Government Reform Ethics Transparency Task Force, and this was one of the recommendations. And the example that came up often in that was exactly the one here, which is Historic Site Preservation Board. So the Preservation Foundation, which does amazing work, they write most of the proposals. They're not the applicant, it's the homeowner or property owner. Sometimes you had the majority of them who've already made a decision before it goes to a quasi-judicial entity to make a impartial decision. And they've already taken a position on it. That sort of is what led to this. So I think that language doesn't work to go back to 1090, because that was the whole reason we did this. We wanted to go beyond state law. But I think there may be a way to get to the other ones, right? Like the other examples are a little different, right? Because you have 3 entities, and so, and I think hopefully this will help Mayor Pro Tem, right? 2 library organizations and the Plaza Theater, whose purpose is to raise money for a city facility. So they should be able to meet and talk with us and take positions on that city facility that they are raising money for at our request. So I think it could be written in a way that's much narrower than the 1090 section that we were trying to say we didn't want to follow, if that makes sense. Because I think that's the distinction. Even with the animal shelter, that's a city facility. And so, I still think it's a little weird if they're voting on it, but I think they should be able to advocate, right? So I think that's a distinction, right? If someone's on the Plaza Theater board, they should be able to say to the city, we're advocating for this funding because you asked us to do funding, but if it's coming to their commission, they should not be voting, right? They should, and state law, they probably could vote on that. So just thinking out loud, and I've thought about it, I think if it's fundraising for a city facility, they should be able to advocate, although they should recuse themselves from the vote. But I think for a quasi-judicial entity, when the members have already taken a position, that doesn't feel like, that's what we didn't want to have happen. Is that helpful? I know you're brand new to this today.
No, that makes sense. It sounds
Okay.
like the concern
Does that make
is-
sense for council, sort of based on our history of talking about all this?
It does. Do we want to specifically identify the Friends of the Animal Shelter, the Plaza Theater Group, the 2 library organizations as ones that we've specifically identified, or do we simply want to say if you are a member of a nonprofit organization that is raising money for a city facility?
I think legally, we're probably better off having sort of what the rule is, I think, but I'll leave that to the city attorney.
Sure, I think either option works, right? This is going above and beyond the state requirements. So it sounds like, Councilmember Coors, you want to make a distinction with the language that says the primary purpose of the nonprofit. And perhaps there, instead of saying the primary purpose of the nonprofit supports the functions of the city, it would be the primary purpose of the nonprofit supports the fundraising efforts of the city. We could do a distinction that way, or as Mayor Middleton mentioned, we can simply identify specific commissions that we think can be exempt from this requirement.
Is this something that we need to act on tonight, or are we best off to give direction and have staff come back to us?
We certainly don't need to act tonight.
Councilmember Woods?
Just a question. I'm not sure what advocate means, and to the extent that means, the library has come up and spoken, the animal shelter speaks, they're here, they're doing public testimony. Are we talking about advocating and lobbying on a more personal level?
No, only if you are on a border commission. In other words, like planning commission, right? We're 700 files. I don't know if it was just 700 files in our ordinance or not, but if you are a commissioner, you couldn't be advocating, right, or voting. But anyone else who's on those boards can.
So let's take the library. They came. They could, but you're saying they can't even come to the dais and make a case for funding for the library? I mean, I understand that they can't be voting, but what does advocate mean? Let me ask that. To what degree? I would think that anybody could come to the mic and advocate. Maybe do they have to do it as an individual, or can they do it as is this the distinction, or do they do it as part of their organization?
Yeah, so under the current ordinance, we've defined advocating a particular result or outcome with respect to an application to mean influencing, encouraging, or attempting to influence or encourage any other individual official to vote or be more disposed to vote in a particular manner with respect to such matter. That's the definition, so it's quite broad.
I think whatever we do, we have to make it so easy that the public understands it and that commissioners understand it and that we understand it. So my direction would be, it needs to be very simple.
And when we passed that last year to clear that up, I know that Mr. Ballinger created something that he sent out to the boards and commissions. So if we're going to create an exemption to that, we should probably edit that document as well.
So I think this is one that may need to come back to us, but we're trying to do something very good. We're trying to make sure that everyone discloses what they're involved in. But we've got a number of individuals who have taken leadership positions in the city, who serve on our boards and commissions, and are also helping us to raise money for really important causes such as the library, the Plaza Theater, the animal shelter, and I'm probably forgetting something. We do not want to penalize people for doing good work. We just want to make sure it's disclosed in an appropriate way. So
I wouldn't quite say we're penalizing someone because
yeah,
the problem is that they're considered to have more access than other folks, right? But I think if it's for a city facility, that's a little different. Or a city-created organization like 1PS, we already talked, I think, from the start, right? You were able to work on the NUSA conference, even though you're on the board, is different from some, right? Because, look, we fund a lot of nonprofits. And under state law, we could even vote on that funding. And we thought that was not a good thing.
Councilmember Holstage, you're going to rescue us from this dilemma, aren't you?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion to continue this to a date uncertain when Jeff Ballinger is here, and we can discuss it more in depth. I mean, I have some questions and comments about this ordinance, like what is the problem that it's solving for? I agree with all of Councilmember Corrs' comments that some of this, we very much did want to go broader than state law, and some of the examples in the staff report are conflicts for me, and not problematic in the way that the staff report makes them. So I think this needs some work, and I'd be happy to work on it individually or with another council member before it comes back.
Happy to work with you on it. I think we have a sense of where council is,
right?
With enough wiggle room to bring something back with some options.
Sounds
when
like
Jeff comes back.
Any other comments?
I'll second that, by the way. Continue.
All right. We've got a motion, we've got a second, and we've got 2 volunteers.
Just make it clear. I sometimes don't understand.
So, roll call, please.
Could I offer a comment?
Yes, you may.
Yes.
In administering these programs as the city clerk, it's really challenging trying to explain to all of the commissions these rules. And as you were pointing out, a lot of these are focused on the quasi-judicial boards and committees. I would just want you to consider whether or not you would want to limit some of these rules to specific boards and commissions that have approval authority, rather than all of the boards and commissions that then have to try to understand all of the rules.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking, and I was wondering, because I thought we did that for a bunch of things, so it might be appropriate to do it for
It was one year where it was the supplemental reporting
Supplement, yeah.
disclosure, we limited that just to 87,200
idea.
filers, but it was only for one specific year.
That's a good idea for us to look at.
Ready for a roll call?
Good comment, thank you.
Councilmember Holstitch.
Yes.
Councilmember Corrs.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Item 3D, report on the City of Palm Springs Local Road Safety Plan. Yay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item, as well as the next one on the pedestrian master plan, are slated to be receive and file. Oftentimes, those would only be included on your consent calendar. We placed these two items on the agenda because we thought there would be enough general interest that we at least wanted to describe at a very high level what these plans are and how they function. So really, and it's been pushed from at least one meeting previously. So we have two ways we can do this tonight on both of these items. One, we can just describe the basic process and content of these plans so that you understand how it fits into overall prioritization and funding moving forward. Or two, we do have brief PowerPoint slides where we can discuss in a little more detail the contents of the plan. Either way, it's not really our intent to get into specific projects unless that's what council would like to do. So I'm really asking if you want the short version of this or maybe the medium-length version of this and likely the next item on the pedestrian master plan.
What's the pleasure of council? I generally like to talk about road safety all night long, but
I was gonna say short,
we've
of
had a
course.
lot of conversation. Maybe the short version, unless somebody wants to object.
Well, if you support that, I, of course, will support it.
Okay, that said, I'm going to start, and then Don is here to fill in some blanks if we need. So the local roadway safety plan, I think you're aware that we apply for funding through the Highway Safety Improvement Project funding cycle on a regular basis. This was at least in part a requirement of continued funding that we step aside and do some planning for local roadway safety improvements. It was also just a great way to plan and prioritize because what this includes is reaching out to a variety of stakeholders, a pretty robust engagement, and really identifying where we have problem areas. So when you look through the plan, which is provided for you in the packet of materials, you'll see pretty extensive analysis on the location of accidents, the breakdown of the nature of those accidents, how many were fatalities, how many were fender benders, the cost associated, just really rich data that helps us understand roadway safety and how to prioritize projects for improvement. So from a very big picture, that's what this is. A lot of engagement and outreach and a lot of quantifiable data so that we can have a roadmap, so to speak, pun intended, to identify future priority projects, both for the HSIP funding and of course for other sources that we might contribute to roadway safety. So we intend to bring back this plan often as we discuss priorities, as we apply for additional funding cycles, and it really serves as our master plan for the priorities of roadway projects. That is the short version, and we can answer any questions if you have them.
I don't have any questions. I do have a comment. I'd like to encourage involvement with 1PS and reaching out to the neighborhoods and providing as many opportunities for the public to weigh in and talk about specific issues. I have no doubt much of that will end up being conversations around specific issues on specific streets in their localities, but those are the kind of conversations people want to have. And I will volunteer to participate in any of those that where it would be helpful.
And we do have that 1PS Public Works and Sustainability Public Safety Commission meetings that we attend regularly. We do touch a little bit about this, but I also know that 1PS, they do have their brown bag programs, and this would be an excellent topic to bring forward to one of that kind of meetings, as well as the next item.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm also very happy to see this and the next one presented to us. One of the things that I noticed about the road safety plan specifically was that a lot of the recommendations are to change existing signals. And I'm just curious if we can get an understanding of how quickly that type of thing can be done. Is that something that is done by computer that can be done quickly? You know, what is the process for that? Because it would be nice to see some of this stuff happen sooner than later.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem, these projects do take several years to design, do the various engineering studies, as well as the construction of them. Currently, the city has Cycle 7 under construction, which improves 17 intersections in the city. We have Cycle 8, which we just put out to bid, and that's 14 intersections. And Cycle 9, we have about 10 intersections. So each cycle is a 2-year cycle. So as you can imagine, it's taken a considerable amount of time. What's involved is not only new equipment, it's also configuring the corner ramps, updating all the technology that's in our traffic signals, as well as connecting it to our traffic operations center, which is the brains of the intersections with traffic signals. So it does take a considerable amount of time, but the city has gained over $8 million worth of state funding amongst those 3 projects, which is really incredible for a city of our size. So,
thank you so much for clarifying that. I think that's really important because often when it comes to traffic signals and things, for the public, it seems like, oh, why can't this just be done right away? So I appreciate you letting us know that there's so many more steps that are involved in making these changes. I think that helps a lot. So thanks for sharing that.
Are there other questions or comments? Councilmember Woods.
Don, we have I want to thank staff very much for bringing in outside dollars to help us. I think that is incredible, and I think you're right on target with that. We also assigned in the budget we just passed monies to implement some of this. Just to give us all a good idea on this next year's budget, what would those monies be used for? There's a bunch of recommendations in here.
yeah, so for the first year, we're budgeting about $500,000. This is more of the planning, the hiring the consultant, getting the project started. And then in years 2, 3, 4, and 5, most of the budget is over $1 million to construct those improvements. This local road safety plan does recommend 10 projects. 4 will improve intersection safety, 3 would address speed management, and 3 projects increases the safety for bicyclists and pedestrians. So amongst those 10 large projects that's in our 5-year capital improvement program, the funding does get bigger as we go further out. But the first year, we're spending about $500,000 to get the consultants on board, do the engineering studies, just kick off the process, and then that will likely take us to the next budget cycle. So we'll be here next May and June, hopefully getting ready to build some of these.
So ultimately, I guess what I'm asking is that ultimately and Mayor Pro Tem is, we're not going to see any results in well over a year. Because we're really doing the study, the planning, the design, all of that with our $500,000.
Right, realistically,
So the money that we're getting from the state, is that just being banked then when we go to implement it?
Yes, well, the way the program works, it's on a reimbursement rate. So we, as we build the project, we submit progress payments, and then they reimburse. So the city has to front the money, and then as we submit for reimbursements, as the progress moves along, we get paid back.
And do we have to spend that within a certain amount of time?
We do.
Okay, and that's all calculated into the 5-year improvement program?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to really say is that it's a lengthy process.
Yes.
I think as Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, and results don't happen overnight with stuff like this.
Right. And the beauty of this is that we're taking the city in a holistic approach. We're not just going, point by point. We're looking at the entire city and then identifying the needs and doing it in a organized fashion.
And just one other question, thank you, is I don't think that the roundabout that we're talking about where Palm Canyon and Indian Canyon meet is part of this. So that's totally going to be a separate track.
That's correct.
Separate funding sources, separate call for
correct.
project, or whatever however we get the money. Okay,
Right.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, this is a receive and file, and Dawn, everyone, thank you for that. Item 3E is essentially a continuation. Are there additional comments, questions related to the pedestrian master plan? Justin.
If you don't mind, I'll just present again from a very high level and open it up to questions. So this really is very similar to the roadway safety plan, but just a couple relevant details. Number one, it was funded by the Southern California Association of Governments. Again, a lot of community participation, a series of public outreach meetings, and a community advisory committee were used in this case. Again, a lot of collection of data, crash information, et cetera. A handful of themes that I want to point out that emerged from all this. And that are driving the recommended improvements, and those are mobility, accessibility, sustainability, things that support the economy, that support the brand of and identity of Palm Springs, and those projects that address public needs. There are 37 recommended as a result of this analysis. And they vary between things like closing gaps in sidewalks, where we sometimes hear that a sidewalk discontinues and then resumes on another parcel, traffic signal operations, curb extensions, crosswalks, and those kinds of things meant to ensure bike and ped safety. So this will be used in a very similar way to not only drive future applications for funding, but when the use of discretionary funding is involved, just a way to help us understand priorities.
Any additional questions or comments? And
No, absolutely. So, we had, there were many, obviously many citizens participated in the development of this study. And then the question is going to be again, how quickly, and I see SCAG is going to help us with some of the project management on it, but how quickly can we see some of these projects come to fruition?
These are actually easier to install.
Okay.
What you approved in your capital 5-year CIP, we have allocated $1.5 million per year to do these types of programs. We are trying to be a little bit more equity, so we're trying to make sure we do at least one project in each district. Obviously, there are certain districts that have more pedestrian activity, so there's more projects in those districts. But we do want to spread them out. If it's a simple sidewalk project, obviously that's easy to do. If it's, like bump outs and different, the other thing this plan does is give us a toolbox of possible treatments that we can use for pedestrians. So even if your project wasn't identified, we do have a good toolbox to draw from as far as, making our city, making the pedestrian experience more, improve it basically for our city. So I think this one is a lot easier to accomplish, and we did plan to fund this at a high level using not only city funds, but we're also using our Measure A funds that we get from the county. So, so we're using a variety of funds as well as committing to a large dollar amount to do these projects.
And one last thing is I have noticed that I assume it's the city, even though it's outside contractors, are installing handicap ramps, I'll call them handicap, or curbs,
Yes.
right, throughout the city. But I've noticed that they are single versus directional.
Right.
And I think that the new way of being is that they're directional, and I'm curious why we're kind of doing an old style, which is not as pedestrian safe as doing, and you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious why we're, at least my observation driving around is like, why are we doing that?
So that project that you are currently seeing is part of the HSIP Cycle 7, which is the traffic signal project that we discussed in the previous item. So those curb ramps are changed based off of the new configuration, the new striping that's going to go in those intersections. But as far as directional, the time that was designed, I was not here working for the city, but I've given our designers that direction on the next couple of projects that we've done, just knowing its success at other cities that I've worked at. But we did, as you know, the corner ramps are very challenging because you have constraints as far as property lines, we have to meet the ADA, and then also those little push button poles, the auxiliary extra pole that you need to have at a certain distance from the crosswalk. So when we do the dual directional ramps, then there becomes a lot of clutter. And then also we have a lot of right-of-way challenges here in the city because we have, this is a rather mature city as opposed to some of the newer cities in the Coachella Valley. So we have a lot of existing existing elevation points that we have to meet, and those corner ramps are very tricky. So,
but what I'm hearing you say is we have some challenges on some of them. Some have been pre-designed, and they're just being installed years later, as we talked about. But really, the way the engineering department is now going is to go to kind of the directional.
Yeah, we start with that, and then if it's not possible for reason A, B, or C, then we pivot to the next design.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Well, it's great to see progress, coming along. Thank you.
If there are no other questions or comments, then we will receive and file this report. And Don, thank you.
Thank you.
So that brings us to our last part of the agenda, City Council and City Manager comments, reports, and agenda development.
Mayor, I'm happy to put on screen with the help of PSTV our notes for upcoming meetings. We're going to focus on July, with August being a dark period. Please note July 14th is still a bit of a sparse agenda. We intend to add a couple of things, and we have some in mind, but don't have them on the screen in front of you. And then in particular, I just want to point out that staff is proposing July 18th be used for a review of our work plans. That's kind of nice in that with the dark period in August, we can review our progress to date on the approximate 4-month work plan that we presented to you back sometime in March, as well as kind of looking ahead at the agenda. This is also a unique time period because we're starting to anticipate the approximate 4 months leading up to the election and maybe just a little beyond that. So we'll also put some special attention to the items that we think are ideal to try and complete while we have the current seated council. It's always a little challenging. We're going to have certain items that certainly span the election, but we want to be mindful of that milestone approaching. And then lastly, we do intend with this round of work planning to also present to council a number of the items that were either introduced in some cases years ago but not finished, or some of the other ideas that have come up over the course of council meetings more recently, so that in addition to pursuit of our strategic priorities, we have a way to check in with some of those items that we may choose from time to time to follow up on or close. So with your permission, we would do that on the 18th. 28th is still a bit far out to look at, but we do have just a couple of things that we're anticipating so far. We're open to comments or questions.
Great. Well, I'll start. I would like to see us have at least a short discussion at the July 14 meeting on the issue of vacation rentals, and make sure that while this city council is still in place, given all of the work that we have already done, that we're able to complete before this council departs in one form or another, that we complete our work and pass whatever new ordinances we are going to pass related to vacation rental.
And maybe that's just sort of an update on how we do, what the timeline is during that you can provide as opposed to an agenda item on vacation rentals, which I think a lot of people would be confused on, right? Because we did that study session. So maybe you can just give us an update on the timeline and the working group formation and that kind of thing.
If that's the consensus of council, we can approach it that way and give a brief presentation on the established work group and our tentative timeline to bring back recommendations to council?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just wanted to raise one of the issues that Councilmember Holstage has raised before about the zoning for childcare centers. I think that's something that would really be nice to get on the agenda and kind of take care of quickly. I don't think it needs to be a very controversial topic or will be. And I think that goes right along with the assisting with some of the fees or waiving some of the fees. We really have a serious issue with not enough childcare. There's waiting lists at every single place in Palm Springs. So if we can do something to assist with that, that would be great. And it kind of ties in with our getting and retaining quality staff as well.
If it's the pleasure of council, that would be one of the items to be included on that additional list for the July 18th work planning, and that would give you the ability to review that item along with the other things that you want to get done in the next number of months and just make sure it falls within the appropriate priority.
Any other comments on agenda issues?
I'm just curious about how the guaranteed income became part of an agenda item. I'm not clear on that.
So I placed it on the agenda because the applicant is ready to follow up on a request to council for support for administration of the program. That is somewhat tentative. I have a meeting scheduled with the representatives of DAP and QueerWorks soon to verify that that is in fact the date they'd like to present, but they're ready to come back to council.
And so this is just, so I'm clear, this is not a request for funding, but this is an update on what they've done with the funding we've already allocated.
No, this would be a request for funding. Council had directed staff to organize the first MOU with QueerWorks and DAP focused on the research and the background, but to come back at a later date with when they had a request for funding for the support of administering the program, which I believe they'd like to have as they prepare to submit for state funding.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Help me, what did we allocate? We allocated a certain amount of funding, right, for them to explore a program and to try and leverage state funds. And that's what, my understanding, that's what we did. Am I misunderstanding?
No, that's my understanding as well. Council said that you, at the time of that request, were not willing to allocate funds for the administration of the program because you wanted to see more of the progress, research, development of the program, clarification on some of the grant criteria, fundraising efforts, and the like before making a decision on whether or not to support the administration of the program. So they potentially feel like they're ready to make that request, but again, that's pending having a meeting with those groups and just verifying. I actually went back and rewatched the whole conversation to make sure I had notes on what council's direction was. So I intend to also sit down with those organizations and say, here are some of the questions that I anticipate council would ask, and just make sure that they are in fact ready to come back to request funding to administer the pilot program rather than the funding that's been provided so far as kind of the due diligence phase.
I'm sorry, I'm still confused. Was it 200 or 300,000? What did we give? 200,000. And they've eaten up that 200,000?
No.
No, okay.
No, but I think the organization feels like they have done a lot of the due diligence and gotten clarification on the guidelines that would be used for a state application, and are prepared to come back to council to discuss the potential of funding the actual administration of a pilot program beyond exhausting the funds used for the due diligence phase.
Beyond the 200,000?
That's right.
Can I clarify, Madam Mayor, if I may? So I worked on this closely. So if you remember that the state funding is a matching program, it requires matching funding. And so the applicant is applying for state funding and up to $2 million in state funding. Remember, there's $35 million available and it requires a match. And so I believe it was Councilmember Cours's request of the applicant, and I believe we talked about it at the public meeting, that we would, if they're going to ask for more money from us to meet the match requirement, we should bring it back to the full city council to make a decision so that they can look for philanthropy dollars or matching dollars from another jurisdiction if there isn't council support. And so I believe that council was split on this item, but that the majority of council did request for it to come back so that we could make a final decision on any additional dollars that they would need to get the potential $2 million from the state. The lieutenant governor and other, I know that ClearWorks has already done a lot of work to meet with the lieutenant governor and the LGBT caucus and so many more in Sacramento. And they've had conversations with internal departments about what the RFP will look like. So they've done a lot of work. I mean, I think that you're just misunderstanding, council member, that they always had a request or at least a requirement to find some matching funds from some agency if they are going to be eligible for the state funding.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. I guess what I'm wondering is if, to me, it seems like that should have been part of the budget process that we just approved, and I'm curious why it wasn't part of the budget process. Because obviously, if they're asking for additional funding, we've allocated our funding. Am I missing the point again?
So we certainly try to anticipate as many of the future costs as possible as part of the budget. I still don't know exactly what amount they would ask for, so there wasn't, I didn't have clarity to speculate on a number to include in the budget. And we've always anticipated that there would be certain things that fall outside the budget process because we just don't know them yet. And again, even this July 14th date, I believe, is tentative. After we sit down and kind of review the comments from the council meeting and see that this is really the date that they want to target. So don't know for sure that this is the date, don't know for sure what the amount of the request will be, and that's one of the reasons there wasn't a specific number included in the budget.
If I can add, just it was included as a potential council request in the budget discussion. It was on that spreadsheet as one of the items. And so we did discuss, if we should go through all those items or if we should, allocate more for grants and sponsorships, or we should, we have additional funding, one-time funding in the budget as well. So we believe that there'll be extra TOT. So I think that there will be funding there, but yeah, I did raise that issue as well. Which items should we do in the budget and what should we do outside of that? But of course, we're going to get many, many requests as the year goes on from different organizations, especially if they're seeking state funding.
Councilmember Coors.
Yeah, I mean, that all makes sense is my recollection as well. But obviously, at the time when they came, we talked to them about potential changes, right? That the program needed to be flushed out and things along those lines. So when this comes back to us, it will include what the program actually they're going to apply for would be, right? Which we didn't have before. It was to help them get there, right? So we'll have that information. I mean, because I wouldn't want to make a funding decision, which is why I don't think we did it as part of the budget, because we need that. And is the state criteria and application now out? Because I think we probably would want that to be out as well, so they know that they're fitting with state criteria before we make a decision. And looking at the website quickly, it looked like it was still going to come out on March 25th. Of course, it's June 30th, almost July 1st. So I don't know if you know that, Councilmember Holstage, but from the website, looking very quickly on my phone, it did not look like the state had finalized what the criteria would be.
And Justin, if you have an answer, you're happy to let you go. I know you spoke to the applicant and about the process. I believe it's a chicken and an egg problem that the state the state funding requires matching, and so they need to demonstrate that they have an agency potentially, contributing or committed to contributing to have a competitive application that they know from all the internal conversations about what the RFA or RFP is going to look like from the state. So they can't, in their opinion, submit a successful application without getting that commitment, whether, it's from the city, whether it's from a different agency, right? But they need
That
to
makes
know
sense.
that from the city to include in their application.
Right. But the criteria, or the state has not released them yet, the rest of the criteria, what they're looking for, right? They had some ideas, but the state still hasn't
Right.
released that, which is challenging for the applicant.
And supposedly that was going to be done perhaps by the end of this month or in the first couple of days in July, according to conversations had with the applicant and the state. And so one of the reasons this was a placeholder and anticipated is that there was some thought that criteria could be solidified by now. And there is some concern that if the state has a call for funding, and especially right after, say, our second July meeting, and we're dark for a month, et cetera, that they might be in a weaker position for applying for funding. So, but that's at the top of my list too to discuss with the applicants.
If I could, I think we've established that this is something we'll be needing to talk about. And perhaps we should defer the conversation to when we have it set on the agenda.
Yeah, it was more what information we
Right.
need before it should come to the agenda, I think
Yes,
was the
that would,
question.
yes.
And I think,
And I think the city manager's got that now. Okay, thank you.
great. Any other issues on agendas? All right. Councilmember Holstich.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just flagging for the council that I worked with Mayor Middleton in reaching out to Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest, which is our Planned Parenthood affiliate, 501c3. It operates 19 health centers throughout our region, San Diego, Imperial, and Riverside counties. And they've requested that we bring forward a resolution on reproductive justice and our role in Palm Springs as a city that is going to receive a number of people flying here from all over the country and driving here, likely from Arizona and other states, due to the fall of Roe v. Wade and the erosion of the right to abortion access in this country, probably in half the states. Arizona is a trigger ban state, and so Arizona will likely have a ban in effect. I think it's from 15 weeks. And so as a border region with an airport that's only, a few hour drive from Phoenix, we are likely to see a huge increase in patients in this region and tourists or, people seeking medical care. Wouldn't call them tourists, but people coming here for care. And so I'd love to see us add that to an agenda that's upcoming, since it is so urgent and so timely and important to show, that we're able to help support abortion access in our city and in our region.
I support that, and I want to thank Councilmember Holstich and Mayor Pro Tem Garner for their leadership and for their courage in standing up on these issues. Okay, is there any, if there's no other agenda development, are there city council or city manager comments? I have just one, and on June 20th, I had the opportunity at the invitation of the Idaho National Laboratory, which is an employer of approximately 5,700 employees in Idaho Falls, Idaho, to talk about the importance of diversity and inclusion towards innovation and in nurturing a workforce that is world-class. That came about as a result of some other corporate events where I've had the opportunity to talk about those same subjects, but to travel to a state such as Idaho that unfortunately has passed many laws that are not supportive of LGBTQ people at the invitation of their chief executive was something that was incredibly fulfilling. It was very much an opportunity not simply to talk about Palm Springs values, but to talk about the Palm Springs experience over the last 25, 30 years as a community that specifically because of our commitment to diversity and the reality of that diversity has prospered so dramatically. The morning was spent speaking with leadership team at the Idaho National Laboratory along with approximately 30 scientists who had received awards for innovations in new patents and copyrights. And then in the afternoon, during the lunch hour, a discussion, panel discussion with individuals of the LGBTQ affinity group there at Idaho National Laboratory. And for those of us who are in the community and are used to living in the bubble that we have here in Palm Springs, being exposed to a large number of individuals committed to their workplace, but living in a community that is far less supportive was something that was truly inspiring to be a part of. And I want to thank this community here in Palm Springs for setting an example for communities across the country. Sometimes it's accepted very broadly, and sometimes it's just a first conversation. But we have an opportunity here to make a difference, and we are. Thank you. So with that, at 10:10, we will stand adjourned. The next City Council meeting will be July 14, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. And please be safe out there.